physically ill if something is like off, right? If it doesn't have the quality bar, I'm like, oh.
We had a play test several weeks ago, and Danny was like, "I'm getting nauseous,"
That
and
is
it was
right.
because the environment was in blockout phase. It wasn't polished yet, and Danny
That's right.
was like, "Yeah, it's
Because
really funny."
my eyes are like scanning all this stuff that's unfinished, and it's like, okay, I made it through one match. I need to take a break. But we went and played it back when it was like really polished, and I was just loving it. Right, it was chill. So that making, because I'm basically, we had John Berube as art director for a while. We had to downscale, so I took over art director for the whole team, and I'm game director. I'm also like, you know, storyteller basically.
You do it all.
And so I have to process and context switch all the time, all these different styles of art. But you as an artist, you don't really like necessarily specialize. You understand quality no matter what medium it is, and then you can apply that to a lot of different things. And one of the main things I do, especially with video games, is does it look like CG? And if it does, then it's bad, because machines are good at making more machines. So for like hard surface stuff or like inorganic materials. But when you want to bring something to life, like characters or how characters interact with machines and how those machines move around, you have to transcend that, and you have to really work at getting this machine to make something look believable and realistic and immersive. Because once you see something glitch out or things clip through each other, and now you're breaking the immersion for people who are trusting you to set you up in a nice immersive IP and the world building that you've done, all this work that you've done, and you see one little thing that goes off, like a coffee cup on the table of Daenerys' set that appears in the show. Now you break the immersion that so many people on the production side are working to maintain integrity. So yeah, that is a large part of it, is just making sure things don't look like CG or don't just look like, they were just processed and at the minimum viable, to push it. And we talk about these things, especially like with Martin and Gary, we go into like such detail on the types of secondary effects that we can do. Like even in the hangar, we want it to be like, there's a character sitting on one of the vehicles, and you move it, and it kind of like reacts to it. Things break here and there, but that's the intent. We want these little moments that go beyond and just, here's your ship. Just look at your ship. We want to. The point is to have. It's not so much that, okay, the ship is really cool because it does this. It's how we interact with a piece of machinery as a character that gives us the reward. And so it always comes back to that and understanding that human interaction. So I can keep rambling.
Yeah, we have some other questions
But yeah,
here,
I see the time
I'm sure
ticking.
people love that answer, Danny. So, I mean, when people talk about Star Atlas, one of the first things they always bring up is the quality of Star Atlas, the graphics of Star Atlas, or how good it looks, like things like that. So your guys' work directly contributes to that. So you can definitely tell that a lot of care goes into the things that you guys do, and it means a world of difference to everyone playing the game or looking at it or watching the trailers or whatever it is. So you guys are doing excellent there. Anyways, oh, sorry, Martin.
Since like CG and things looking CG was mentioned, like that domain was kind of like, there used to be a domain for films where we would look at things like that cannot look like a CG character because it stands next to an actor, for example, it's a creature or a vehicle, and we live in exciting times, and we're building this game in exciting times where the technology enables us to basically do things that we used to be doing only for movies, but now we can do it in games, which is just exciting. Yeah.
Very exciting. I want to get a little bit more personal here. What attracted you to Star Atlas? I want to start with you, Chip. And we have like 7 minutes left, so I want to go quickly here. We have 2 more personal questions, but yeah, what attracted you to Star Atlas?
Yeah, this one's really easy for me because Star Atlas, unironically, combines the 3 things that I love growing up. So the first one, space. I mean, I built model rockets and actually some high-powered rockets in high school. I went on to undergrad. I studied astronautical engineering. Grad school, I did orbital dynamics. and rocketry. I'm a space nerd, so I love space. I've been a lifelong gamer as well. I mean, I played old school RuneScape, and I still play RuneScape 3 to this day. As I'm a RuneScape nerd, lifelong player here. So I love gaming. I mean, I've played games all my life. And the last thing is crypto. I started in crypto back with the original Ethereum DAO. That's how I got into crypto. I mean, I moved on. I'm now a Solana maxi, but I've been in crypto for the longest time. So Star Atlas embodies those three things that I really enjoy: space, gaming, and crypto.
Love that. Martin, what about you?
I really remember like our call with Danny like 3 years ago when he introduced me to Star Atlas, and they didn't know what to expect because they didn't hear much about it. It was still early days, and then he basically expanded all his vision on the vision of the project, and I was sold like immediately over the call. I was working on big production actually at the time, and I decided, yeah, this is the moment where we switch to building immersive experiences that can be very close to match the film quality, and yeah, I was sold immediately. And yeah, and space has always been my thing as well. So, and yeah, building a character or that we let go of and enable other players to interact with it it's a new experience for a filmmaker, because usually you would work with a character or a creature and you would just decide what it's doing and exactly to the point of frame by frame and then let everyone watch it. Versus now you kind of like release this thing and people can interact with it and have some fun and live their life on its own. Yeah, very exciting.
If you're in this room, are you not a space nerd? I feel like everyone's a space nerd here. Gary, what about you?
Yeah, I think I have a spaceship in my head since a child, so it was the opportunity, I think, to express all the creative things I was not able to express even in the heavy industry where I get the chance to work on, like automotive industry, which is cool too, but I think it was the perfect project to express all the things also in my head, I have in my head with this project, and also with Unreal Engine 5 quality. So, and also because it was at the start of the project to try to make the foundation of all this spaceship brand, and also it was really like not the white card or the total white page, but it's I will say a big freedom and big possibility of creation, and also building a universe at the start. It's something awesome to me. And the title also, I need to say it's personal, but I think my parents offers me Star Atlas in 3D when I was younger, and so it speaks to me directly like this.
And Danny, this is a particularly unique question because you weren't really attracted to Star Atlas. You created Star Atlas. So can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, it's a different kind of experience or perspective because I guess I sometimes joke that Star Atlas wants to exist and we're just helping it kind of to exist. And so in a way that's kind of like me being attracted to it, but I guess some background there is I had recently been playing another Star game that was like almost every day for like an hour, playing this other game that I was just kind of obsessive about. For some reason, I was just really obsessive about every single bit of content, every single ship, every single detail, every single location. I just like was looking at it and observing it like obsessively, and I had no idea why, but it was really cool, and I thought it was a very impressive thing. At the same time, Red Dead Redemption 2, hitting that quality bar in a game that's like that, and that immersive world and the way you interact with it and the stories that can be told, and these things kind of coming together. All the tech at the time, like we had. Probably get more into this on the founders discussion, but sort of the blockchain tech that we've been in for, at the time, seemed like a decade or close to a decade. And Unreal Engine 5 just got announced, so it's like all these things that were coming together and Solana on top of that. So everything just like made sense after doing all the research, and Yeah, it just, one thing after another just kept flowing. It's like, as we're developing the idea, it's like, that's perfect, that's perfect. What if we had this? That's perfect. You know, it just kept adding up and enriching the IP and the idea. And, you know, Martin says that he was sold, and you know, I could say the same pitch to somebody else, and they completely won't know what I'm talking about. But there are people who you give them the elevator pitch, like yourself, and everyone up here, and they just get it. You know, it's just like light goes off, and now you're infected with the Star Atlas bug, and we all want to see it be built, right? So,
Exactly. Like once you hear about Star Atlas, if you do get it, it's like I remember when I first found Star Atlas because I started as a community member. I was obsessed. Like 12 hours a day, I would watch all of Michael Wagner's interviews, and I would watch all the interviews that I could possibly watch, all the content. I'd be in Discord asking all sorts of questions. So yeah, there's definitely that obsessive bug that you get if you get it. So I definitely get that. Anyways, so we don't really have time for the last question, but I do want to say, if you were interested in a lot of what Danny was talking about, he has the founders panel later today. That's going to be amazing. So definitely go check that out. Thank you guys so much for coming to the first panel. Thank you guys so much for coming to the Impact Summit. If you flew here, if you were just a little bit away, maybe like 10 minutes, whatever, doesn't matter. Appreciate you guys coming. But yeah, that's it for the first panel. Thanks again, everybody. And this has been the first one. See you, everybody.
thanks, everybody.
Ciao.
Thank you.
All right, how about that first panel? We're good? You guys are learning? All right, guys, the Star Atlas universe is expanding, and it's expanding pretty fast. And the key to this growth is, of course, the community builders combined with the Star Atlas Build program. So this next panel is going to talk about how to build with the Star Atlas IP and how you, builders, can build on top of that IP, which essentially you're building on top of the Star Atlas brand and programs. So this next one is moderated by our community director and the OG who's been here since day one, before this community even existed. Before, let me look, how many? 172,000 of you were ever here. This guy was here first. Let's give it up. You know who it is. It's Santi. Get over here, dude. Come on up. Give him a round of applause. The real OG of Star Atlas community. All right, all right. And we also have a few other legends that are joining him. Let's give it up to Funcracker. You guys know who he is. Give it up for Funcracker. All right, Archetype, come on up. Give it up for Archetype. Steven, come on up, sir. Give it up for Steven. Lordo, oh boy. Look at this guy right here. He is representing, and last but not least, Nord.
Good luck, guys. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Well, welcome to stage, guys. It's crazy to me. We have been talking with these guys for well over 3 years on Discord every day, and we have come this far to be here on stage just talking about Star Atlas and everything that we're building, right? So it's a pleasure for me to be able to moderate this panel with you guys. I'm super proud of it. So
happy to be here.
Wanted to start with the thanks first. But yeah, as you guys know, Star Atlas, as Mona said, is expanding very fast, and that's thanks to these guys. These guys are committing their own time to build on top of Star Atlas, thanks to one of our programs like the Build program, where you can find our IP assets APIs and documentation to build on top of Star Atlas. But yeah, guys, I think we can start with some little introductions here, so the people on the stream and here can know who you are. Do you want to start, Funcracker?
Yeah, for sure. So my name is Funcracker, Ronald in real life. I'm the co-founder of one of the OG guilds, or DAX, AVI Industries. Thank you, thank you. Great to have some fans here in the front row. I'm also a DAO Council candidate, so you can still vote. Thank you.
Oh, on to me. My name's Joey. I'm an artist and a designer, and I'm the co-founder of Dark Core Roasters, which you might have tried some out here earlier on, and I'm also the founder of Atlas Grace.
My name is Steve Sable, head of tokenomics at Purigachi, the community Web3 game, and I'm happy to be here. Thank you for having us.
My name is Lodo, Skull and Bones. Been building for 3 years.
All right, I'm Nord, also known as Craig, founder of the Super Phoenix DAO, and yeah, just looking forward to talking more about it.
Awesome, awesome. So we have great representation here on stage with us. These are all legends from the Stratos community, real OGs. But I also want to give a shout out to the people from the live stream, from their homes also, that are building day in and day out in the Stratos community. But let's get straight into business here. I want to ask you guys, like, why did you take this chance of building on top of Star Atlas? Why did you decide to do this? Anyone can take it. You can start from Cracker if you want.
Yeah, sure. So, in the end, it's of course a combination of several different things, right? First, of course, the passion for the game. I'm an avid MMO gamer, played World of Warcraft, many different persistent universe games, and this is really the persistent universe built on blockchain foundation that just fulfills, like, ticks every box, like that I could potentially come up with, like, what I want in a game. So that's, of course, the first reason why I'm here. And then the second is because of the composability and because of all the data being available on-chain, it's just so easy to build new tools and services and unlock knowledge for both, of course, the guild, but also the wider community. There's just so much to do, and there's also just so much passion in the community, and it really thrives and fuels us to just build cool stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a great reason. Like, we
Master Camo Shinto Shrine Kuro Ibashi said, guys, pa help.
And you can go a step further and build your own projects using our ecosystem as well. So I don't know if anyone wants to take it as well.
Yeah, I'll go. I had a little bit of a late start building on Star Atlas. I sort of was helping the community build a lot of their projects. But then after sort of meeting with the community, like seeing how passionate everyone was and how helpful everyone was, I think that really encouraged me to do something of my own. And with Star Atlas providing the IP, resources, and just, again, the community just lending a hand wherever they can, it was a little bit all too easy. And I love seeing other people building on this platform. It's just like one big family, and I just can't wait to see what happens over the years as more businesses and more people grow in this community.
Yeah, Purigachi is a game within the Star Atlas metaverse game. Okay, so it just needed to happen. And what we're going to do is we're going to expand the Star Atlas metaverse to like far away and beyond. We're going to target projects and tokens far outside the ecosystem to bring people in to the Star Atlas metaverse. And we are going to be a net positive for the tokenomics of everyone that we interact with. And we're building like with Star Atlas to show that, you know, we can do a lot of good for Solana and the metaverse.
So building or got into the game because I like space games. I see the power of the blockchain and blockchain gaming. So owning your own assets and being able to sell them after you're done with the game, basically. Yeah, it was a very attractive perspective. And I got into it and went full pool.
I know for me personally, it was when, you know, early on with the white paper, right, and then the economics paper, coming from a financial background, that was something I keyed in on right away. It attracted me to the game early. You know, I got in, I joined a guild, I bought ships and all the things like a lot of folks did. And again, the underlying, I think, econ of the game is what really drew me in because I could understand it. It made a lot of sense. I think there's a lot of opportunity there. And almost from the beginning, you know, at least for me, I started looking at that sort of business opportunity, right? So what that might look like, I didn't know. But the reality is, you know, Star Atlas is extremely supportive. Everything they're building kind of lends itself to third parties and you know, groups like us to design these things, to build and go after it. So that was extremely intriguing. And then obviously when the Super Phoenix ship came up, right, as it was out there and available for sale, that started getting the gears churning. And how does this work? How do we make this feasible? And so for me, that journey started probably a little bit over a year ago with the DAO, even though we've been relatively new out of the gate. But again, that financial component, which leads into kind of the idea of starting a business and working with Star Atlas on it and using the IP the way they're freely allowing us to do is phenomenal. That's what makes this whole thing possible.
Yeah, I like those points. I think it's important also to note that you guys were first community members, right? And then got into the game, started diving deep, you got into the Discord, and found your niche inside the Star Atlas metaverse, right? And that is kind of what made you take the leap of building on top, right? Can you talk a little bit about that experience? I don't know where wants to start. Like, how did the community help you? Like, why is it worth it to get involved?
Sure, I'll walk it back, Santi. That's great. Because personally, the community was huge in me starting the Super Phoenix DAO moving forward. And obviously, I can call out right here on stage. Archetype's been a huge help in the project, kind of one of the initial partners, along with Viking Benny, who's I'm sure listening today, and in charge of Heimdall, one of the other guilds, has been huge in helping me make connections, kind of run a lot of the community Discord piece. He's running the social media today while I'm here, which is great. So absolutely, some of the partnerships and the people that I've met, you know, through the community, through the other teams, have been absolutely instrumental in being able to pull this together in the amount of time that we've had so far. So.
The community, when we started, was still fresh, of course. Our guild was fresh, like a month old when I joined them. They committed a mutiny from another guild. And the pirate way, of course.
They're pirates, yeah, right?
Pirates. Yeah, and we've been a close group, helping each other as much as possible, and yeah.
But you didn't know each other before, right? Like you met all in the community.
No, we all had in common that we want to blow up shit. Basically.
Fair. You're pirates. That's fair. Yeah. Steven, you guys also came, like, it's fully community born, right?
Yeah, we started off as, like, Puri is a pet, Star Atlas pet. It generated incredible controversy. And it just instantly turned into a meme, which turned into a coin, which turned into the game. It is the financial, like, you know, evolution of, you know, what this metaverse can provide. And it was completely started by the community. And it's just one thing leads to another. It's like the snowball of one thing into another.
Yeah, because I know that for Puri, like, it started as a meme, right? Because everybody loved and hated Puri. Like, it was super divided, the opinions for our pet Puri. And the guys that are now running it are not the guys who started the coin itself, right?
No.
So it was a full also community transition to what it is now.
Yeah, they started a treasury. We took that over. We started putting people on payrolls. We started developing the game. It's like, yeah, it went from just being a meme to being like a well-financed game with a really great strategy.
Yeah, I think at first we were thinking, my co-founder, Atlas Theory, and we were thinking, like, what's the minimum viable product that we could put out there to build? And we decided on coffee because we loved coffee. And then we realized, like, other people love coffee and gaming as well. And we started to build our community. And without them, like, they're our audience. You know, they're our taste testers. They're our people that test our game for us in our Discord. And we sort of, it's like we meet with them every day on social media, and it feels like family. And then you come to an event like this, and you've spent 2 or 3 years just talking to strangers with monkey PFPs. And then you get to meet them in real life, and they're just as genuine and real as you can imagine. And yeah, that's the biggest thing I think for us is, yeah, we love building a coffee brand, but the best thing is building the community.
Yeah, that's amazing. Like just sharing the same vision and building towards the same goal connects you, and it goes a long way. And I'm happy that we're meeting all in real life, right? Was it the first time you met your co-founder, like today?
Yeah, yesterday I think it was. So, but it was like an old family friend. It was great. Yeah.
Yeah, Ronald, I know you guys also started very early in the Stratos community, but I think we were chatting yesterday. Like, I don't want to spoil you, but you didn't even know each other. Like, you don't you don't know his face of your co-founder. But I'll let you take it.
Completely correct. No, when we set out to found Avia, that was actually only because there was at that point in time just one other guild. And we figured there should be no one guild, like having full control of the whole player base. But I actually just don't have the time to run a guild per se. I did in the past, but right, life goes on. Then I met a guy who thought exactly the same. We figured let's just share responsibilities and just go from there. But just to get back on the rest, so I'm primarily busy managing a guild. I'm trying to, of course, step in and help where I can, but the magic comes from the community, from our members. So because we're an OG guild, we were very fortunate to get like a solid core of people who are super deep into crypto and speculation, investing, etc. And from that group, one of our IP projects, ELF, our NFT project, was born, and it was completely managed by them. And similarly, we had somebody in our guild who wanted to make a business around printing the 3D replicas from Stateless ships, Galliard Station. And it's a super funny story, actually. We had a person in our guild like, yeah, I want to do something. So, okay, cool. What can you do? What are your skills? What do you want to do? And he said something, yeah, game developer, and all, okay, game developer, yeah. Okay, no use for that right away, but cool. And then later on, at some point, there was a brew, you may be aware, where people were going through, yeah, we have community-made games, we're doing cool stuff, and then this guy saw that as well, and he came back, and hey, I said, yeah, of course, we're going to do that. So one of the other IP project that we're doing, Cataclysm, the game, which, by the way, there's an awesome board game replica at our booth, but it's all community. It's all community. It's all organic. It just all came together without anybody trying to do anything. Just people came to us and hey, we want to do something cool, and they're doing that under the Avia umbrella, which is awesome.
And this leads me to another question. I know we didn't have this one prepared, guys, but I'm thinking about the people listening at home that are gamers and that are not in Web3, and they may be skeptical about getting involved because of that. What would you say to them? Like, should they get involved in the community? What are some good first steps for them, like, to demystify, let's say, the Web3 aspect and that bad taste that it has in gamers? What would you say to them?
Try it out. No, I mean, the first step, and this may be join the community. Just chat with us. We have a whole bunch of awesome people who are absolutely willing to explain you the ins and outs and whatever concern you may have. The Stratos Discord is a great place. The Guild Discord or our Discord, some of the people over here. Everybody would love to just help. We're still early. If there's anything unclear, I mean, of course, I will go into it later. We have also other resources, guides, and other stuff. But yeah, no, I would start there.
I would say it's more than just a game. If you're like not a gamer, there's a lot more for people than just games. Here, our type is starting a coffee brand. You know, we have card games. Even if you don't like card games, I guess you could do some other thing. But it's more than just a game. It's a community that's really like international, and it's a friendly community. Everyone's very open, very welcome. I came from outside the gaming universe. I came from outside crypto. I was just thrown into it, and now I'm a part of the community. And Star Atlas was my introduction to the metaverse. Star Atlas was my introduction to crypto. So, and if it can happen for me, I'd say it could happen for anybody.
I'd say too, like we're all, well, most of us are like OG gamers. Like I grew up with an Atari and a Sega Master System. And, you know, when I heard about like Web3 gaming, I saw all the criticism, but I got in and I asked questions in the community. And that made me feel like a lot better because I would say like if somebody's out there thinking that, you know, Web3 gaming is, you know, full of scams and all that sort of negativity that comes with it, we want to hear it. Like us as a community, we want to hear like what problems are you facing, like to get over that hurdle and just to get in and ask those questions. Because if we can better prepare those answers for people and information and get them educated, then it's a wonderful world of ownership of your game assets.
Yeah, I would recommend forget about the crypto aspect. Like, it's a game. And in the end, we hope that the experience is so seamless that you don't even notice that you're on blockchain. Like, you don't care what the current games are using in their backend. So why would you care what this game is using? Like, it's still an awesome game where you can just blow up ships and...
Nord, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think the idea is that it will become much more seamless as we go. But I personally agree with the theme that it's inevitable, right? The ownership of Web3 assets in gaming, that's doable with blockchain is just absolutely the way I see the industry going. Frankly, on-chain is the way a lot, I think, industries are going to go. I mean, I look at it again in more traditional finance, and even there's starts of it, in that arena as well. So yeah, when it comes to the time and effort and energy that players put into games, and now being able to have that ownership and that record and that ability to move that forward and do whatever you want to do with it, I think, like I said, it truly is inevitable, in my opinion.
I would like to add that the negatives are optional, right? We would not all be here today, like sitting on the stage. We would have this event if this was a scam or anything like that. If we thought there was something going wrong here, we would not be here. So it's a choice. And what Lordo said, like, forget that you're on blockchain, I get that. But I do want to emphasize there's a lot of positives that come, of course, with being on the blockchain. And we'll go into that, of course, later during various presentations as well. But I do want to stress that out, so yeah.
Yeah, no, exactly. I think you touched on a very good one, because at Star Atlas, the vision for us is, at the end of the day, be at the DAO, and this may be a concept that people don't know, but it's a decentralized autonomous organization, be our Polish token. We're going to decentralize the ownership of the game. So our vision is to really build a game that, at the end of the day, will be completely owned by the players. And players will be you guys, and the guys at home will be able to vote for what you want to see in the game. And we go as far as you can vote Automata, us, you can vote us out if we're not doing a good job. So it's literally the power back to the gamers. So
player owned.
Fully player owned and driven, and that's where we're going, and that's why we're happy to have you guys. I hope you don't kick us out yet.
You haven't finished the DAO yet, so...
Yeah, you need to finish my ship.
I don't have that much polis to vote you out, so it doesn't matter.
But yeah, guys, I think I wanted to ask a question about the future for you guys. Like, you're involved in the community, you're since the very early days. What does success look like to you? Like, how do you see your projects being in like a couple years from now?
Well, success, of course, starts, I guess, with also with success of Star Atlas. So I hope everybody in like 10 years is jacked into the virtual metaverse reality and playing Star Atlas and living and breathing and working over there. But for us, I think it would be, so we are creating a community-made game. I can imagine that perhaps Cataclysm would end up as a mini game in Star Atlas at some point. That would be pretty cool. And other than that, Alf will hopefully just keep making people money and keep drawing people into Star Atlas and just giving solid advice. But yeah, no, definitely looking forward to just Star Atlas taking things to the next level, and we'll just join. And we'll probably come up with a ton of different new things we want to do, new things we want to branch out our current projects, just based on the evolution of Star Atlas over time. So yeah.
Yeah, and just for context for the people watching, if they don't know, you guys are all going to be presenting after.
Yes.
Yes. You guys are all going to be presenting after this one, so everyone will be able to understand like what these guys are working on. But I still want to ask you guys, like, what does success mean to you in a couple years from now?
Yeah, I think when you think about like a successful coffee shop business, you think of something like Starbucks, and you wonder, like, will they be in the metaverse? And you think, why would a coffee shop be in the metaverse? And that took me a while to sort of get my head around. And these companies, these big companies, they're going to find Star Atlas. They're going to make their way in. And why would you scroll through like a 2D archaic website when you could walk into a shop? It might be Starbucks, it might be Nike, and you could pick the thing up and look at it. You know what I mean? It's so much more interactive. And it can also be a social hangout. So once you get that concept that it's a 3D website and people are going to want to come into your store, that got us really excited. And we know we're going to be competing with the likes of Starbucks or others, but we want to be the cult classic. You know, we don't need to have the big store like they do. We just want the OG people that would prefer to come to our store because of what we've been building over these years, and we have a different culture. And so I think that that's what we're really excited for, and that would be success for us, is to have that status. Yeah.
I don't like coffee, but I'm down for virtual coffee, so
Exactly,
that's solid.
exactly. I love the long-term.
This coffee's not very strong. Success for Pirigacci means our survival. Success will be if we get to actually see our goals through. Everything that we write down in a white paper, we want those things to come true in some version or another. We want to be able to purchase NFTs. We want to be able to create sustainable rewards. We want, the game to survive past, 3 months, 6 months, a year. And we want to bring a whole bunch of people into the Star Atlas ecosystem as we do it. So success for us means survival and actually achieving the goals that we laid out in our initial plans.
Success for Skull and Bones would be to finish up our on-chain management what we're building at the moment, and having a couple of trophies from Titans that have lost life. That will be definitely an achievement for us.
I love how you say that next to a Titan ship owner.
Be careful.
I guess success for us is going to not be that, right?
Help us blow up the other ones.
All right, now we're talking. We'll take that off stage. Right. So success for the Super Phoenix DAO, it is unique, I think, even in that world of Titan ships and ship ownership and whatnot, because with us, and we'll talk about it more in the presentation, but really we're trying to create the virtual entertainment hub for Star Atlas, right? So I've been telling a lot of people here just throughout Breakpoint, and recently, I feel like we're building a project that's going to, in my mind, kind of fill in the gaps, right? Star Atlas is building the game, they're building the game loops, they're building the missions. We're building the location, the place where people hang out, where they socialize, where they go to events, where they see live virtual events, et cetera. So all the social experiences that go between kind of those missions and those groups. And success will be Dark Core Roasters franchise inside the Super Phoenix where people can hang out, right? And them and many others, yeah.
I love that. I love that. So yeah, I mean, these guys are building cool stuff. I'm super proud of you guys. I have seen you being born, let's say, in the Star Atlas community. I have seen you from the start, and it's crazy to see how far we've come. And for Star Atlas, for us, it's super important to have a community like you guys, because every successful game that lasts for generations are the games that are able to be modded, that are able to be community run, where the community can add stuff on top. And I do believe that with this community, with the blockchain aspect of things, in the future with user-generated content, we're going to be able to get there. And to the people on the outside, maybe watching the live stream, that are a little bit scared of Web3, I would say just get involved. You can see human faces here and a Grim Reaper as well. Don't be scared. Get involved. Get in the Discord. Get in their communities. All these guys will be able to guide you through the process. And we have a cool ecosystem that is being born, and we want to build it together with the community. So don't be scared. Get involved and join the Discord and their channels as well. So yeah, thanks everyone for being here, and thank you guys for your thoughts.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah,
Thanks for having us.
Thank you so much. Check, check. Okay, guys, so as you know, and we chatted in the previous panel, we're going to have the guys presenting. So I'm proud to reintroduce to the stage Atlas Grace. They're building a charity and demonstrating that Star Atlas can have real impact in the world. And also Darko Roasters, a coffee brand based in the Star Atlas metaverse. So some applause for them.
Hey everyone, I'm back. So we've had the introduction. My name's Archetype, and I'm the founder of Atlas Grace. And just a little backstory on myself. I've spent probably the last 12 years, give or take, living in Southeast Asia, volunteering for orphanage, aged care homes, different NGOs. And I even ran a boys' home with my wife for a number of years in Siem Reap, Cambodia. And one thing that I've come to notice living in Australia and also living over in Southeast Asia is I've had a number of grace poured out on my life. And I feel like it's my time to give back. And do we have the next slide? Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, so really grace, I just want to pause on this for a moment here because grace is very important in my life. Like I said, it's been poured out on me, and the definition of grace, I mean, if you're the one receiving grace, it's an unmerited gift. You don't deserve it. And for the one that is giving that gift of grace, you're not expecting anything in return. And so I feel like in my life, I've been had this grace just poured out, and it's my time now to give back in a way that I'm not looking for anything in return. So with that said, next slide, thank you. Yeah, so what is Atlas Grace? Atlas Grace is best described as a treasury that's owned by the community, and we hold Star Atlas assets, so ships, and the Atlas and Polis token. And I had an idea for this back in 2021. This was the original Twitter post here. And I'd won a couple of ships through a giveaway that Star Atlas was doing. And I thought, what better time to start than now? And basically just built in silence, just kept compounding and adding to this wallet. And the goal is basically to donate the emissions that come from this thing. And so as I started to connect with the community and I started to share this idea, people were really encouraging. And I made the wallet address public, and that was more or less for accountability for myself, basically. Once I say I'm going to do something, I want to do it, right? So yeah, basically built for the first year, and people started to add to this wallet, which was crazy. Community members that were just really getting behind it. And what was really cool about that is it built trust, it built friendship, and then most importantly, it no longer became an archetype thing, it became a community-owned thing, which is my goal all along, was to make this something that was far bigger than myself. So for the first year, that was the growth, just compounding. And then in 2023, started to donate to charities, and these are the charities that we've donated to. So all the emissions that come from the assets held in the treasury, 50% is compounded back in, and the other 50% we donate to charity. So you can see a number of charities here that we've donated to so far. We've been going for almost 2 years now with donations, and we've been able to raise over $1,000 so far to 20 different charities around the world. And that's just the beginning, because this is just part one, really, of what Atlas Grace is. So as I mentioned, like, I ran a boys' home for a number of years in Siem Reap, Cambodia, and we have a scholarship program. And these guys here are the original guys from the boys' home, and it's been wonderful to stay connected with them. They're all grown up now, they've got young families of their own, and they're our first scholars through our scholarship program, which is really amazing. And we're also doing free ship lending. So these guys are getting well, they're now at a tier 3 scholar pack. So we educate them along the way with Web3 and self-custody and staying safe online. And then we get into the wonderful world of Star Atlas. And they've each now got around about $500 worth of assets that they're able to play with. And what's amazing about that is there's no no upfront cost for them to start playing the game. They can just start earning, which is pretty amazing for their station and what they can earn per month. This really can make a huge difference. As well as that, we also have a co-working space that the Treasury is able to provide for. And really, it's just a small, modest little office space in Siem Reap, Cambodia. And we meet once a week, roughly. Guys are always dropping in. And basically, it's a co-working space. There's Wi-Fi, there's air conditioning, coffee, cold drinks. It's just a safe environment. And they can come and they can use the computers, they can game. And we also put on free workshops. And I think that that's the real potential of Atlas Grace, is this education program and getting them into another area, which is the Web3 world. A lot of these guys, they're university degrees. They're smarter than I am, harder working than I am. And they come out of university with a certificate but no opportunities. And the average salary for a Cambodian is between $100 and $200 a month. So I mean, if they're willing to learn, if they can output the same kind of work that I am, then who cares like what nation they're from, what color their skin is? They should be able to earn on an international level. And through Atlas Grace, through connecting with Web3, the Star Atlas community, and the Star Atlas Build program, I feel that this is the real future for Atlas Grace, and it's bringing power back to the people. And that's what we're all about at Star Atlas. And yeah, that's Atlas Grace in a nutshell. I'm going to pass it on to my good friend, Atlas Theory, and we're going to stay up on stage here, and we're going to talk about Dark Core Roasters.
Of course. Yes. Amazing work with Atlas Grace. It's been a true honor to co-found Dark Core Roasters with Archetype here. So we'll be bringing up the Dark Core Roasters slides here, and we'll get into it. But I'll just begin here. Dark Core Roasters, we hope to be the coffee brand of the metaverse. Archetype and I, from the very beginning, really believed in the vision of Star Atlas, and also this vision that it'll go beyond a game into a metaverse. And we wanted to secure our spot there, have some fun as well, build a community. So we wanted to do this in 3 ways to ensure longevity, but really go deep with the people who enjoy our product. So we are building a community 1 cup at a time. We match the Star Atlas releases. This is one of our ways to truly engage. We brew flavors that celebrate the in-game events. As you see here, this is our newest one with Surge. We also had one for Atlas Brew, which is the weekly community event. So really fun time releasing this stuff. We also have collaborations with AFIA that you'll hear speak a little more here. And we have expanded into story as well. We released on D-Reader our first little story that Archetype and I and our good friend Chowda as well built. Just really fun diving into this Star Atlas IP and what we can build in the universe of Gallia.
Yeah, so we get to make cool coffee, we get to make comics, but the thing that we really love to do, and I mentioned it before on the panel, was rituals that connect us, and that's just the daily connecting that we have with our community members. We have a Discord channel called Post Your Coffee, and this is quite fun because it's either going to be someone that's sitting in a nice coffee shop and they're showing off like some nice latte or cappuccino work from the barista, or it's going to be you know, a bit of a joke that the office only has cafeteria blend instant coffee, and so people are posting in there. We also have a game in our Discord called Death Shot, And that's been fun. You could think of it like a Russian roulette, where you can order a shot of coffee and you could earn points or you could lose them all. And there's a lot of like healthy banter and some fun sort of gaming in the community, which on a daily basis, that really helps us connect. And sharing our experiences. I mean, everyone seems to know Dark Core Roasters now, which is great. And even content creators like Beth and like Beyond the Horizon are doing fun videos and using our products and showing them off. And they're just, they're not paid, they're not sponsored. They just enjoy our product, and that's what we love to see.
Yeah, it's been a really great time, really engaging with everyone. But we also had a third aspect, and this is building out our coffee experiences. As we mentioned, we want to build for the metaverse. So we're doing this in many ways. We are getting skins ready for future releases, such as racing or the Surge event that we talked about. And I'll get into who this is here in a moment. We are also focusing on our first in-game store, what that will look like, how we want to build it out, and also who will be running that store. So as we mentioned, we're building out characters and stories. So we actually opened a crew pack, Star Atlas's new release, and we searched for one that had the hospitality attribute. And we would like to introduce you to Hara here. Hello there. How's it going?
Hey, it's going all right.
So this is an AI NPC that we built out.
What about you?
It's going well. In the mood for a coffee. Any recommendations?
If you're in the mood for something zesty with a classic Arabica acidic bite, I'd suggest Paisal's Perk.
Do you have anything decaffeinated?
Yeah, we have Bicala's Batch. It's a decaf medium roast with smooth-tasting notes of caramel and citrus. Full flavor, none of the caffeine. Want to give it a try?
That sounds perfect. I'll have one of those.
Here you go, one Bicala's Batch. Enjoy.
Have you heard any rumors lately?
Yeah, there are a few floating around. Heard that Ifia has developed a new type of ship that's supposed to be the fastest in the galaxy. And Domanic Vane is still at large, but it sounds like the bounty hunters are closing in on him.
Tell me a bit about yourself.
Well, I'm Haradane Gertrudis.
So yeah, just a little example of some of the things we're building here at Dark Core Roasters. As you can see, now we'd like to add the coffee shop, built out in 3D, work on our AI model a little bit as well. And yeah, do you love coffee? If you're here today, we have a booth out there serving Dark Core Roasters, and yeah.
Yeah, and one other thing, if you post and you tag us on Twitter, we got a few little giveaways to have as well. So make sure you grab a coffee and take some photos, and thank you very much for having us.
Cool, thank you guys.
That was a great presentation from Dark Core Roasters and Atlas Grace, really having an impact in the Star Atlas ecosystem. And I love that robot that they presented at the end. It's fantastic. Now I want to reintroduce one of the OG guilds of Star Atlas, one of the guilds that were ever created in our ecosystem. I want to reintroduce Funcracker and Afia to the stage.
Thank you very much. Awesome. So happy to be here. Thank you. So who would have thought that 3 years into development of this game, we would already have our own conference? I mean, I'm just so humbled to see this happen, and so thankful to that you allowed me on stage here. So my name is Ronald, better known as Funcracker in the community. I am the co-founder of Avia Industries, and over the last 3 years, while Automata has been building Star Atlas, we have been solidifying Avia's vision for the future. We are one of the oldest and biggest guilds in Star Atlas, or DAC, Decentralized Autonomous Corporations, but we're really trying to push what a guild can be to its very limits. Our ambition is to become one of the first enterprises that operates exclusively in the metaverse, in a way that flips the script on how companies function and operate today. And the only reason why we can do this is because we are building on top of Star Atlas. What we're doing is only possible on Star Atlas. So let's explore that a bit more. The team's ambition for Star Atlas goes beyond just the game. They're striving to become a platform for social interactions, for community events, commerce, and real-world-like experiences. So in short, they have all the ingredients to become one of the major hubs in the future metaverse. But many other games are trying to do the same. So let's go briefly over why Star Atlas has the best cards. Unlike all those other games, Star Atlas has several Web2 MMOs and other games, all the gameplay rolled into one. So the game provides a ton of freedom while also sporting best-in-class 3D graphics. Like many other Web3 games, they offer true asset ownership. You own your characters, you own your ships, you own your inventory, your earnings in-game. It's all transparently registered on the Solana blockchain. But there are still perhaps a dozen or so, perhaps at most, games that are trying to accomplish this as well. But those games do not come with a persistent forever universe. The logic and state of Star Atlas is stored on-chain. And that means that there will always be a game to play with the assets that you own. It's not just persistent universe, it's forever here. Ownership and management of the entire ecosystem will transition to the players, to the DAO. So it's player-owned. And MetaGravity tech will allow the game to use single shard, allowing tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people to gather in the same location, which is crucial for the metaverse. And because the game logic and state are stored on-chain, the community can not only modify the game's user interface, like with traditional games, they can create completely new user interfaces. They can create custom applications to interact with parts of the game. You can create your own completely overhauled interface. You can make interfaces for just small parts. You can go nuts. This is much, much bigger than modding. You can just create your own stuff. So, while we're talking about guilds, perhaps two concepts come to mind. The traditional guilds of the Web2 world and the so-called Web3 gaming guilds. But with Star Atlas expanding the horizon and innovating in this space, it opens up new opportunities for us to raise the bar as well. So instead of following in the footsteps of Web3 gaming guilds, we actually just went back to the traditional guilds and from there created a path in a new direction, focusing on one game and making it all about our members again. What sets Avia apart is our commitment to decentralized ownership. Players own and govern our entire enterprise. But a key difference with one of our big inspirations, Star Atlas, is that its ownership is not something you can buy, it has to be earned, ensuring that voting power flows to those who actually contribute. There's no way for people to acquire this on a DEX or any other way. Moreover, profits will flow to those who do the actual work, not to investors. We simply don't have any. In short, we aim to create a global, collaborative enterprise where every contributor has a real stake in the company's success. At this moment, while the team is developing the game, we are working hard to ensure our vision becomes reality. And we are focusing on two things in particular. The first is laying the foundation for all the software and the servers and the tools that will streamline our operations for when ship crafting arrives in game, being our vision for becoming the premier ship crafter. But we're also helping to onboard and retain new community members into Star Atlas. So let's dive a little bit deeper into these. We are first building a suite, as I said, of gamified tools and services on top of Star Atlas. Most are designed to enable us to scale our ship production seamlessly as soon as the full crafting loop in the game will come online. And these programs will form an additional layer of gameplay, a layer 2 or a meta layer, if you will, that tightly wraps the core gameplay Star Atlas provides. The goal here is to provide a useful and fun experience for players that aids our operations. So since the inception, since our inception, we've been focused on growing the Star Atlas ecosystem. After all, a rising tide lifts all ships. Most importantly, however, our own success is of course completely dependent on the success of Star Atlas. So throughout our lifetime, we've been trying to help by compiling and sharing our knowledge about Star Atlas with the masses. A few examples. To help you stay up to date with Star Atlas development and events, we publish a weekly newsletter that covers all of that. By spending a couple of minutes per week, you can just stay completely up to date on the latest and greatest of Star Atlas development. For those who wish to dive into the game, we also publish guides on actual gameplay and key concepts as they become relevant or available. This way we seek to lower the barrier to get in on the action. Additionally, for those who want to explore the economics a bit further, we offer a wide variety of dashboards that monitor all the Star Atlas on-chain assets, the DAX, the wallets, and even some of the strategies taking place. Lastly, if you're not a reading type, we have wonderful folks like Metaverse Explorer and Beth to update you through their videos on everything going on in Star Atlas. Then jumping into our IP projects. As I mentioned in the panel earlier, one of our members, Kenny, is offering detailed 3D replicas of Star Atlas ships under the Gallia ArtStation brand. And they're currently offering the entire Rainbow line of ships, except for the Titan, and the Pierce X4. It's a fun memorabilia for the die-hard fans out there. If you want to know more, we have a booth. Come check with me later, and I have all the information. So going back to helping grow the Star Atlas community, we've also been spreading the word of Star Atlas through our own NFT project, dubbed AEP Lifeform, or simply ELF in short. ELF is the very first project we launched using the Star Atlas IP license. Beyond the fact that it's just simply cool to be able to use Star Atlas-derived designs in our art, it's also really a great way to expose new holders to Star Atlas. It's a great conversation opener. We sold out of all of our 2,200 plus elves in December of 2023 at a 3.5 SOL public mint price. Since then, the collection has been doing great. The floor price has never dipped below the mint, and our holders love all the opportunities and investment tips that are being shared. Beyond the monthly SOL rewards, this sub-community within AFIA is really a treasure trove of crypto alpha. And then, of course, our big community-created game, Cataclysm Battle for Iris, is our upcoming 1 versus 1 strategy card game that takes place deep within the high-risk zone of Star Atlas. In this game, which is a digital game, you will play cards representing ships and all of Star Atlas assets, and you're trying to beat your opponent in one-on-one combat. The game's initial release won't feature any blockchain integration just yet, and everyone will be able to play with the exact same deck of cards. However, if successful and if the community wants more, we absolutely do plan to bring it on-chain and incorporate the assets that you own. Currently, internal alpha tests are ongoing, but for those curious, we did bring a physical copy with us for you to try out at our booth. Definitely recommend you show up. It's really a great game, and so far response has been pretty positive. If you want to learn more about any of the topics that I touched on briefly today, please scan this QR code. It's in the lower bottom. As I mentioned, we do have a booth. We have some stickers and some cool cards. You can play Cataclysm, and we are here all day to tell you more about AFIA, our IP projects, how to get involved in the community, Star Atlas. You can just come to us, and we'll help you out in whichever way we can. So thanks again for allowing me to be here today and for giving us this opportunity to present. And wishing you all a great day, and go Star Atlas. Thank you.
All right, great presentation from Funcracker and AFIA. Honestly, I can't wait to beat everyone in Project Cataclysm. But now we have to welcome back to stage Puri. Puri is a meme coin that was born and run from the Star Atlas community that is evolving into a game. So let's welcome Steven Sabol back on stage and Puri. Thank you.
Thank you. Hands up, we'll take a flight.
How fun is that song, everybody? So thank you very much. Thank you for having us today. Pirigachi was born from the fertile soil of Star Atlas. And without Star Atlas, we could not be here today. So I want to thank Danny. I want to thank Michael Wagner. I want to thank everybody for making this possible today. So this is a Puri. This is a Star Atlas pet that began its life with instant controversy. All Green Candle says, look like a deformed ass, except instead of a hole, it has a face. Okay, this was very damning. But this instant controversy created the initial spark that was needed to introduce the Purion Solana meme coin. As you can see here, this prescient comment down here, this guy should be the meme coin of Atlas. And lo and behold, it became the meme coin of Atlas. So the meme coin turned into a game, okay? And by the end of November, Puries will be going on adventure. They will be consuming Star Atlas food along with the Purion Solana token. And they will be consuming some other Solana-based ecosystem token to go on adventure. So we started basically from December to now in November. We have come full circle. We have a game, and that is, pretty amazing. So the ability to create self-sustaining growth is a hallmark of successful economies, both virtual and physical, right? And Pirigachi embodies this principle. Now, to those that doubt the viability of metaverse economies, I want you to look at our journey. I want you to study our journey, and because our journey demonstrates that the grand vision of the Star Atlas metaverse is not only possible, it's actually already here. Okay, it's the ability to create spontaneous projects and growth and an environment that that facilitates this, which is like truly the full vision of a metaverse. So it's already here. So now let's discuss what sets Puri apart, okay? And this is clearly, it's going to be our tokenomics strategy. All right, so our tokenomics strategy is based on 3 different goals. One is survive the crypto cycle, right? In order to survive a cycle, one must break from the cycle, okay? 2 is to create stable player earnings. Now, for most projects, they don't actually have stable player earnings. Their earnings are dependent on their ecosystem tokens. We break this link. Our earnings are not dependent on our ecosystem token. Our earnings are actually going to be in USDC. And if you can control your earnings as a game, you can control player retention, okay, which is a huge problem. And then lastly, we focus on Web3 collaboration, which I say more like Web3 domination. So our strategy is to go full in on the metaverse, right? And we are looking to collaborate with anybody and everybody, right? And whether they like it or not, okay? We are seeking to collaborate with them. In order to achieve our goals, we have created something called the Adventure Survival Kit. Okay, now before setting off on adventures, every Puri needs one of these Adventure Survival Kits, and they are crafted using Star Atlas food, the Purion Solana token, and some Solana-based ecosystem token. Okay, so here we have a Bonk kit. Over there we have a Polis kit, a Jupe kit. And these aren't just clever in-game mechanics, all right? So these are tools for collaboration. They facilitate the onboarding of players from other projects, basically from any other project within the ecosystem. We can create one of these crafting kits. We can focus on their specific token. We can use their NFTs to go on adventure. They actually don't have to lift a finger to play our game, and we're going to collect the revenue that they generate. Okay. So we know the risks. right? Surviving the crypto cycle. In the United States, 40% of businesses fail within the first 3 years. Now, in crypto, that is way worse, okay? 72% of projects failed in 2022 that began in the previous bear market, okay? And that's just crypto projects. In gaming, it's even worse. In 2022, more projects failed, Web3 games failed, than actually started, okay? An astonishing 107% failure rate. Obviously, that's a problem, right? And although there are many reasons why Web3 gaming projects fail, the most significant is the failure to recognize the risks posed by the state of the crypto market, right? These risks can impact player earnings, existing player retention, new player acquisition, and the ability to raise capital, right? Our response to the high rate of failures in Web3 gaming is not to accept that failure is inevitable. Instead, we create a funding structure that allows the team to operate without regard to this cycle, right? Rather than settle for a one-year runway, we instead prefer an infinite one, okay? Infinite runway tokenomics, you know, cue the music, you know, cut the lights, ensures that funds raised from NFT sales are preserved, right? We operate on interest earnings. You know, we don't actually just we don't spend our capital, right? And this gives us the unlimited runway. Now, 50% of our NFT sales revenue goes towards creating a fund for player rewards, and the other 50% for the sustainability of keeping the project ongoing. And unlike most projects, we never sell Puri. Okay, so we're not going against our player base, right? Like we don't actually sell the Puri token. We operate on interest from our initial mint and in-game fees. Okay, now this is the reward sustainability fund. So to stabilize player rewards, we've created this fund here, as you can see. And as mentioned earlier, 50% of every NFT sale goes directly into this fund. And the initial principal is invested solely in USDC. Now, this is giving us an example of what someone's looking at, you know, and what they're receiving. In this case, someone has gone on a bunch of adventures. Let's see here, 2,000, 1 month, 1,000 here. And they're getting $15 back, you know, for the month of September. And they're going to keep getting these rewards back. And they're going to get it every single month. And this acts as a universal basic income for our players. Right? By creating a stable floor for player earnings, we decouple the link broader crypto market conditions typically have on player retention. Now, so we've seen this with Star Atlas, we've seen this with Genopets, Aurora, like you name it, right? Basically, the player base, the size of the player base has followed their token prices, right? And so by decoupling this link, we ensure that we don't have that problem. We are actually learning from the past rather than perpetuating the problems of the past. Okay, so next we're going to turn to our Purigachi Collaboration Fund. Now, in the true spirit of the metaverse, a world without borders, Purigachi takes collaboration to the next level. Okay, we integrate seamlessly inside of our project other projects on Solana. We integrate their NFTs, their tokens. We enhance their token utility. We redistribute their assets. We burn their tokens. Okay, we are a net positive to the ecosystem. Now, the Purigachi Collaboration Fund acts as our venture capital arm. Okay, we invest in early stage mints, pre-sales, and whitelist spots. And this isn't just about investment. It's about forging strategic alliances that support innovation and create opportunities for Purigachi to grow, right? And we've partnered with a prominent pre-mint marketing agency, giving Purigachi access to these pre-sales, to these whitelists before anybody else has access to them, okay? And so here's an example. So NFTs acquired through our Purigachi Collaboration Fund can be used as player rewards for profit or just held. And by offering NFTs as rewards, we create pretty much a treasure hunt where every adventure holds the promise of discovering a rare unique asset. In this case, this asset is the Volania Faerun Origin Hero, mint price 99 USDC. You know, whoever received this, I mean, this is a pretty magical reward to receive. So let's get to the heart of it. And I know there's a lot on the slide, and I'm not going to ask you to read the slide, but I'm going to say that why should you own a Purighachi NFT? I'm here, after all, to convince you to buy one of these things. And I want to say it isn't just another Web3 game, right? It's a game changer. Oh, my God. And as an NFT holder, you gain unique privileges, rewards, and real ownership. Now, there are 3 kinds of rewards, right? We already discussed there's rewards to gameplay. There's rewards from the Reward Stability Fund, which is the UBI. Now, the rewards from gameplay, that's more like a lottery. That's more, it's a gambling aspect. Then you have the UBI, Universal Basic Income. Then you also have the Purighachi Collaboration Fund. You're getting these NFTs from other projects. Purighachi offers the most thrilling, sustainable reward system in the Web3 space, and no one else is doing what we're doing. But wait, there's more. Owning a Purighachi NFT means that you are an owner, okay? Every NFT represents a share in the Reward Stability Fund, and if the project decides to liquidate tomorrow, you're getting your money back, okay? So this is the only project out there that actually guarantees that you're going to get your money back. If the project decides to not go on tomorrow, you're going to get at least 50% of what you put in back. Okay, and no other project can offer you that. And at Purighachi, it's about the community, right? So by owning a Purighachi, you know, you join a pioneering group in the metaverse, you know, that's seen the failures of the past, and you know, you're not willing to give into this. You're actually going to stand up and you're going to say, not this time. You know, we're building something that can last. And that's a beautiful exercise. And that's my pitch. Thank you very much. I'm Steve Sable with Purighachi. Exit. So let's go. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, awesome presentation from the Puri team. I have to admit that myself, I still prefer Tigu a little bit more. I think Tigu is still cuter than Puri. I know it's controversial, but it's my opinion. But now I have the pleasure to reintroduce to stage one of our biggest ships that are in the Stratos metaverse. I'm going to reintroduce the Super Phoenix DAO, fully owned by the players, and the CEO, Nord. So welcome Nord to stage.
So I hope everyone enjoyed the trailer. Gets to kind of show off some of the amazing concept art.
Okay.
So as Santi said, I'm Nord. I'm the founder of the Super Phoenix DAO, and I'm going to be kind of going over the who's, the what's, the whys, the hows of the Super Phoenix DAO. So let's take a look. So what is the Super Phoenix DAO? I've already gotten quite a few of those questions here in the last day or two. But basically, we're a decentralized community that's building around the largest game asset in pretty much all of Web3, being the Super Phoenix Titanship. The goal with it is to create just the most amazing premier virtual entertainment destination within the Star Atlas universe. And as far as the key features go and some of the components, we'll kind of get into that with some of the other slides here. So first off, why should you or anyone else consider joining the Super Phoenix DAO? Basically, we got a few different reasons, right? There's ownership, there's access, investment, opportunity, community. And so really, when it comes down to ownership and any kind of Web3 gaming assets, ownership's really key in my opinion. The ability that it allows you to truly own a piece of this kind of a ship and this asset is pretty amazing. And you can participate in the governance, the decision making, and really just have kind of a say in what we're building. As far as access goes, we're currently listing the NFTs. They've been out on the market, and they offer a lifetime membership through the core NFT collection. They're currently available in Magic Eden. We listed them or launched them about 2 months ago. It went reasonably well, but we've got kind of a special offering here just yesterday and today as part of Breakpoint. Anyone who's interested, we have pretty high-end kind of physical cards that represent our NFTs, which are in card packs. And then along with that, we have QR codes that you scan and you download the actual digital asset, which is kind of cool. And those are available actually to purchase upstairs at the merch stand for Solana. So the next part, when we talk about investment opportunities, it's one of the pieces that intrigued me the most about Star Atlas, the economics, and building on it. And so the ship became kind of a way to do that, right? A way to participate in that. And so investment in the DAO can really come in a couple different forms. Right now, it's in the form of our NFT membership that we mentioned. And that collection will eventually allow you to be able to stake it and earn some of the DAO tokens that are coming out here later this year. But really, those DAO tokens are kind of the next piece. So the Ember DAO token, we're planning to launch before the end of this year. And those DAO tokens will go through the public sale piece, and then we'll also have kind of a staking mechanism for that. But really, those DAO tokens then allow you, to stake, to have a governance say, to just be a part of the project overall. And then down the road, even the options for kind of revenue, sharing that the ship can generate, which is a lot of different optionality. And then finally, and probably most importantly, is community, right? We've already started building the community, which is amazing. A lot of folks obviously are Star Atlas based and have kind of come over and found us, which has been phenomenal. But the community is just incredibly important. And the ability to just connect, collaborate, and just create, a truly decentralized group together has just been an amazing experience. So the how, right? So how do we join Super Phoenix DAO? We kind of talked about a couple of the ways with the NFTs and the tokens. And effectively, the NFTs are the ownership we mentioned earlier. But really, the DAO itself and the Ember token, which I mentioned is coming out later this year, and the staking, the governance, the participation, that's where you can get in and actually elect the leaders that are going to run this ship, that are going to run this DAO. You'll be able to do voting and, presenting new ideas to the DAO and kind of submitting your place in what we're creating, whether it's the entertainment space or whether it's the kind of in-game mission space. That's really what it's all about and getting involved. As far as the investment piece of it and kind of the opportunities, we touched on that a little bit. But within the DAO, there's going to be quite a few different kind of verticals as far as investment opportunity and revenue distribution that goes with it. In addition to just kind of your general token appreciation, there'll be staking rewards in these pools. And eventually, like I said, revenue that comes from in-game operation of the ship, as well as our systems that we have built out for ticketing, for entertainment space, for social engagement, social spaces, which I think are wildly important. And some of the conversations we're having with other, even non-Web3 entities has been phenomenal, right? We're getting phenomenal feedback, a lot of interest from some corporate brands and some other folks in kind of the entertainment industry who are looking at this as kind of a good segue or a possibility for, Web3 gaming, et cetera. So we're really excited about that. As far as what we're doing next, where we're going, in the short term, like I kind of mentioned, we've got, let's kind of skip down there, obviously the DAO token, Ember, coming out later this year. And then along with that, the staking pools for both the current existing NFTs, as well as the new Ember token that people can buy. As far as the airdrops, we had some rewards that are scheduled for our early holders, folks that participated in the mint a couple months ago. And we're actually rolling some of those out as we speak. The first one's ready to go now. We're just going to do that after we wrap up Breakpoint. But longer term, that's definitely where we're going to push the focus to the entertainment side of the house. So the inclusion of creators and artists and musicians is extremely important. All focuses next year are really going to go toward that entertainment piece and how we can start to create those entertainment experiences and bring them into kind of the virtual space and what Super Phoenix is building. But even here, just in the last day or so with Breakpoint, it's been phenomenal to talk to other artists, other creators. Even the folks at Drip have been great. We've already done some collaborations there, which have gone great. And we're just looking forward to bringing more folks in. I've talked with a lot of mini game devs and people who just have really great ideas of things that they would want to bring into the space or could participate with Super Phoenix on, or that we could help host or be a part of. So we're looking forward to a lot of that. One of the coolest things that I actually don't even have on here in the notes that's happened recently, which is kind of phenomenal, is we talk a lot about the IP and how Star Atlas has been phenomenal in sharing their IP and the ship and allowing us to kind of branch out and do what we're doing. But now that we've started creating the Super Phoenix as its own brand, what's been amazing is now I've had people reaching out to me looking to use the Super Phoenix logos, the NFT cubes that we've created, and spinning those off into different sub-IP projects, which is very cool. Something I hadn't even considered we would be at this stage, but it's very interesting and a lot of fun. So again, the long-term growth, kind of expanding the DAO, expanding the project, and really getting in there with creators, professionals, entertainers, and going after kind of the virtual space. So finally, we'll just kind of wrap it up with, you know, what do we do? What do we do next? Where are we at? It's obviously still pretty early for the DAO, but we're moving. We've got a lot of stuff already shipped. There's a lot in the pipeline, and we're looking forward to it. So the best thing I can say is really dive in, join the community, check us out. Pretty simple. The website's superphoenixdao.com. We're on Twitter at superphoenixdao, and Discord links are in both of those. You know, jump in the chat. We've got a few hundred people strong already, and continuing to grow. So again, creators, investors, artists, enthusiasts of all kinds, everyone's welcome. So with that, I'll wrap it up.
Check, check. Great presentation from the Super Phoenix DAO. I'm looking forward to having my apartment in there, hopefully close to the beach inside the Super Phoenix DAO. And now it is my pleasure to reintroduce the guys you don't want to run into if you're in the high-risk zone. If you see them close to you, it's better to just warp out of there. It is my absolute pleasure to reintroduce Skull and Bones and Lordo, the Grim Reaper.
Hello. You all know what it means to see a Grim Reaper, right? It means death is coming for you. And that's why I'm here to talk about Skull and Bones, the pirate faction, or the pirate guild from the Mud faction. We are a group of gamers that are aiming for collaborating under the same flag of Skull and Bones. We want to work together as equals and enable end-game content for our members by building a shared fleet together and managing it through our guild, which in the end hopefully will move to the high-risk zone and reduce the personal risks that you need to take with your personal assets, because the guild will take the risk for you. In the past 3 years we have been building. These are a couple of the things that we have been doing. I will take you through a couple of them. I will not bother you with all of them. So let us get started with the SMB DApp. This is an environment that we created to interact with our members. We started off with a whitelist function, so only our members can get access. It does on-chain raffles. It has a job board. And we are now building the squads multi-sig integration there, which would allow you to interact with the Star Atlas locker directly from your multi-sig. we will be adding a token and voting there as well. From there, we go into the rogue market. This is a trading UI for the Star Atlas marketplace. It gives you a better information about what the prices are doing at the moment and when it's a good moment to buy and sell. Then we have the escrow service. This is a smart contract which allows you to do peer-to-peer trading of any Solana token, basically, in any pair. So an OTC trade at a fixed price. You can do a public trade where anyone can take the offer. You can do a private trade where only one wallet can fill, or you can do a group of offering where you can basically set a special price for the entire group. The trades happen at a fixed cost of 0.001 SOL per trade, which comes down at the moment to 14 cents, no matter the size of the trade or the asset. Then we also build the HOTAS program. It's for the UE5. It allows you to set up the joysticks already. We know that Star Atlas will be building this integration themselves, but we didn't want to wait. These are just a couple of examples that we want to give our members to be on top of the game and give them the edge while we're blowing up some shit in high-risk zone. All these things lead to guild booty. Our members pay a 3.5% contribution together with the staking rewards, bot service, escrow. All this becomes guild booty, and this booty gets shared, of course. 80% goes back into the guild, buying new assets, and 10% goes to the DAG balloon and the DAO balloon. What are these? These are our tokens. We have the DAG balloon, which we have a double tokenomic because we wanted to split the power from able to invest. Sorry. Let me start with the DAG balloon. This is a stable token packed to Atlas. So for every DAG balloon that we want to mint, we also lock up 100 Atlas in the multisig. And when people get these tokens as a reward on tasks that they're doing or assets they're using, they to the DAO balloon, goes into the 5-year locker from Star Atlas and starts earning rewards. 80% of the rewards go directly to the users or to the holders, and 20% goes into the guild and converted into more assets and things that we can use together. We are not willing to, sorry. Okay, we will be waiting, no. We're not planning to release our tokens to the public. Those are only for our members. We don't want any outsiders trying to tell us what to do. We want to be able us what to do. We want to be able to fly into a high-risk zone, pick a target, and blow up their shit. That's it. See you out there.
Awesome presentation from Skull and Bones. Love it. The pirates again, like you don't want to run into them in the high risk zone. It's going to be a mess if you run into them, and especially the Green Reaper, right? He's like 2 meters tall. I'm scared. But now we're going to take a little break, 10 minutes coffee break, and we'll be right back. So stand by. Thank you. All right, thank you for standing by, everyone. I know we had a little break, but now we'll continue with our run of show. We still have a lot of presentations and panels still coming, but let me introduce one of our partners. You can never build a vision like Star Atlas, a massive vision like Star Atlas, without proper and scaling multiplayer tech. So for that, we're going hyperscale with Metagravity and Tobin. So welcome Tobin to stage.
Cheers, thanks. Hi everyone, very good to be here today. My name is Tobin. I'm the co-founder and chief business officer of a company called Metagravity. Delighted to be here with our friends and partners Star Atlas for the second year at Solana Breakpoint in the Star Atlas Impact sessions. Just wanted to take 10 minutes just to tell you a little bit about Metagravity and why having a network partner like us is super important to the future of hyperscale gaming. For those of you who know the game industry well, most of you here, you'll know that there's been this very strange, sort of enigmatic, monolithic problem in the game technology stack for the last 10 years because of the scale of and the performance of CPU instances tailing off in the late 1990s. There's always been a limitation to the size of a simulation that you can support in a single instance of a video game. And that's the problem that's been really, really difficult to solve. It's a deep computational challenge, but glad to say that Metagravity has now actually solved that problem. So the limitations of scale and cost for video gaming will be a thing of the past. Super important because games have got much more rich and complex and dynamic from a rendering and from a fidelity and from a gameplay perspective because of the power of GPU instances. Players' expectations are rising. Kids expect bigger things than they did when I was a young lad. But the limitation on server technology has really sort of been stuck in a rut for the last 20 years. But lots of games have been built and amazing games have been built because game designers have been really, really clever about how do you build amazing experiences within the limitations or underneath the limitations of server technology. Horizontal scaling, instancing is the most common one. So if you want large number of people in a game, you have to have multiple rooms of, say, 100 people and scale those instances dynamically. A lot of MMOs use a technique called zoning, where you have a large map and you have parts of the map with a server against it. It does actually limit how players and how the game design works because you cannot allow people to congregate into high density areas because then your servers crash. For the last 10 years, people have tried to solve this problem using a technique called spatial partitioning, including my co-founder Rashid, who some of you may have met this time last year. That technique looks great on paper, but actually doesn't work in practice. There's too much data that has to synchronize in real time across all these different servers. It doesn't support interesting use cases like shooting. It's incredibly expensive, an n-squared curve in terms of cost of servers. So Rashid took a step back and started thinking about how do I apply different branches of pure mathematics to the same problem of taking a large simulation, distributing it across multiple servers without the limitations of spatial partitioning. And 2 years later, we're here with a platform that actually is proven to work. We've coined the phrase causal partitioning, which is basically solving the same problem, but in a fundamentally different way of taking a large simulation and distributing in real time across multiple servers. In any data center, we work on top of any data center provider. We work very deeply embedded with Unreal Engine and Unity. So very early on, we saw that this, on a pure scale cost comparison compared to the previous approaches, that Metagravity's causal partitioning solution was significantly different. It wasn't just incrementally better. And we showed simulations with 100,000 players in a single shard quite early on at less than $1 per user per month. So, a significant improvement both in scale and performance, which allowed us to make a promise to the industry that we will build the best infrastructure that performs the best, deliver the best cost, the lowest cost, make it as easy to use as possible, and really to become like the most boring company in the industry because we just want to enable all the game developers to build amazing experiences without the limitations of cost and scale on server technology. As I said, we do that by working on top. We're a middleware company that sits on top of the server technology and works deeply with any engine, so Unity, Unreal, but any bespoke engine as well. The secret to our success is that you don't have to change any of the game code So for the first time ever, you can port over a game that's already been built or one that's been released 10 years ago and just isolate the netcode integrations and integrate into our network as an alternative. And so that's brought a whole new sort of level of commerciality to the industry. And we make it as easy as possible to work with us. In the future, there will be templates and SDKs available in the major marketplaces on Unreal, Unity, AWS, etc. Where out of the box, you'll be able to build a game from scratch with the networking already pre-programmed, already linked in. You don't need network programmers in your team. And that could be a 1,000-person CCU or a 10,000 CCU game. We also work, as we've been doing with Michael and the Star Atlas team, in a quite a light touch, but a very powerful way where we become the network programming team and really focus on optimizing that netcode and let the game developers focus on what they're great at, which is building the most awesome experiences. So Star Atlas has been an amazing partner for us, both their vision and their capability and what they've been delivering. We've been through we've been working together for just over 12 months now, and we've done some really good building blocks for what the future will look like. Yeah, and we started out with the spaceport sort of experience where I guess the vision was to have a space where the community could congregate and to socialize and to interact. It looked amazing. The design was incredible. The code was incredible. It was just empty. So we basically helped them move from a small scale experience of hundreds of players to a 30,000 trial. So with 30,000 players in the spaceport. So a great first step in terms of our relationship. We then got thrown into the challenge of can you actually do shooting, because that wasn't possible before on spatial partitioning. And we worked together and did probably what was the world's largest third-person shooter scale test. Set up for 2,000, got just over 1,000 people to turn up at the same time at peak, and had an amazing experience in a live production environment to demonstrate the power of the technology, but also the exciting gameplay that Star Atlas is working on. What you're seeing outside is the evolution of that, but really focusing on hardening the gameplay to make sure that it's at a competitive level and really sort of perfecting the gameplay and the networking. It was a choice to do the scale of thing that we did that we're doing today. The technology is set up to be super scale whenever the community wants it. Michael's going to talk a little bit about the future. I'm not going to steal his thunder. We have been working behind the scenes on some other fundamental building blocks around vehicles and about AI and how do you optimize the cost of delivering super sophisticated AI NPCs at scale as well. So we're really looking forward to the future, and we're really glad to be part of the story. Thank you. Oh, one thing. One of the hard things in this is how do you get people to turn up at the right time to do a scale playtest. So what we've done is set up a community called the Hyperscale Alpha community that anyone can join, and you'll see all of our scale tests that are used on our technology available there, and you can join them and play along and see how the future is unfolding. Thank you. Am I handing over to Michael? There we go.
2, 3, 1. All right, here we go. What's up, Galleons? How are you? Are you guys having a good time? Nice, nice. Guys, before we go into the Big Bang, because you're here for the Big Bang, right? Can we take a second and acknowledge the amazing work that's been done by this incredible team? You may not know who they are, but they are here behind these walls, keeping this whole show organized. I know you've been experiencing it. Can we just give them a round of applause to the incredible Star Atlas team? They are the reason we are here today, so we appreciate you guys very much. All right, well, this is the keynote you all have been waiting for from a man I like to call the most resilient CEO in Web3, who in the past year has really faced many challenges, and he continues to just push this ship forward with his vision and determination. And we have to give credit where credit is due, because this man is the captain that we're all looking to have to push Star Atlas into new frontiers. So you might be asking, well, what have they been working on? What has Captain Swagner and his team been working on? Well, he is here with the latest, so let's not make you wait any longer. Let's welcome to the stage Michael Wagner, CEO of Star Atlas.
Thank you, Mona. Thank you, Mona. I obviously really appreciate the kind words there. Perhaps the most resilient CEO, but I'd also say the most resilient team in Web3, and I'd also say the most resilient community. If you're battle tested, let's hear a round of applause right now. Nice. Well, welcome here to Game State 2024. This is the Big Bang keynote presentation. And there's going to be a bunch of new faces out here in the audience. We have a lot of people tuning in from the audience. So just for the uninitiated, Star Atlas is an ultra-high fidelity, grand strategy, space adventure, open world MMO. But we're coupling that with a real world, global, borderless digital economy. So what we believe is that we can deliver both a best-in-class gaming experience, but we can also transform the paradigm of value capture for the players. Star Atlas is not just a game. It presents an opportunity for people all over the world to participate in the formation of a new cyber nation. The functioning economy is just as important as the game, but a great game is the stimulus for the migration to this new digital world. As you can tell, we'll also be passing out plenty of Kool-Aid over the course of the presentation today. So the format of the presentation is a little bit of a past, present, and future. We are going to be taking a look back over the last year, all of the things that we've accomplished. And I have to say, when we started putting this together, I was just absolutely blown away by how much we've done. Then we'll be moving into all of the latest in our Unreal Engine development, and just taking a little bit of a look forward at some of the technology that we're using to simplify the onboarding process and make sure that this experience of Star Atlas is accessible to everyone around the world. And so, wait, do you guys hear that? Oh no, this sector's not safe, guys. We've got to get out of here. This team seriously makes my job so easy up here. That's the Pierce X4 and getting up to gold standard. You're going to see that in the game soon. But that's actually the level of fidelity that we have across all of the assets in Star Atlas. So, but as I said, we're starting with Rewind. We don't just talk about shipping things at Star Atlas. We actually ship product. This last year has been incredible. So just starting in December of 2023, we released 2.1.9 of our showroom client. Now, for those that don't know, Star Atlas is playable right now. This is downloadable on Epic Game Store. Little plug, go to our Discord and get a free game access key. It's playable right now, and this showroom module has a number of experimental modes. You can do hover racing, both in a traditional competitive format or combat racing. We have time trial racing with leaderboards. Our flight trainer and dogfighting arena, if you want to get into a little ship versus ship battle, as well as our third-person shooter gunplay. Just as a rewind, let's take another look at everything that came out with 2.19. All right, and then in February of this year, we launched the DAC platform. Now, DACs are decentralized autonomous corporations. This is essentially the guild ecosystem of Star Atlas, and we really think guilds are the lifeblood of Star Atlas. I think guilds are the lifeblood of Star Atlas. Happen to be wearing a Rome shirt this year. Please, guys, no fighting among scale user concurrency. So the test went over a couple of weeks. On the last day, scale user concurrency. So the test went over a couple of weeks. On the last day, we had 2,100 unique playtesters, and that final test had over 1,000 concurrent players in a single instance. And as Tobin mentioned, this is probably the largest successful test of user concurrency in a shooter gameplay ever. So ultimately, the idea here is that this helps us get to an open world MMO of global scale. So let's take a little look at how that test looked. All right, that one brings back some fond memories. Okay, so we talked December, we talked February, we talked March. April, we rolled out a major update to Sage. Sage is Star Atlas Golden Era. That's our browser-based 2D RTS MMO gameplay. It's where our fully on-chain gaming logic lives. It's also where this vibrant, flourishing economy, which is a key pillar of Star Atlas, currently exists. And so that update was star-based. Starbase saw a transition over to a loyalty point system. The idea is that players are crafting components, they're contributing those to Starbases within their faction, they're upgrading those Starbases, they're earning Atlas as they do so. We also brought out on-chain progression and early access for people that are playing now to be able to pre-level their account. So XP systems for the account, as well as some of the sub-licenses that players will need to have going into the future. Today it has 1,200 daily active users, about 5,100 unique profiles, a GDP year to date of $15.8 million, and daily average gross earnings of about $15. Now, just to put that into perspective, in countries like India and Thailand, the minimum wage is approximately $15 per day. So, point is, the economic opportunity here is very real. In July, somewhat surprisingly, we released our DAO, the Decentralized Autonomous Organization. Big thanks to Yves, actually, if he's out there somewhere. There he is. So we rolled out 4 initial PIPs. These PIPs are Polis improvement proposals, lay the foundation of decentralized digital government across Star Atlas. There was a subsequent PIP passed. There was the sponsorship of the Nabathon. That's a hackathon that ended about a week ago. Winners are being announced here today. That was for 6 million Atlas, or about $12,000, fully community funded. We have council elections going on right now. There were 23 candidates that applied for our council. That's been narrowed down to 12, and over the next week will be narrowed down to the final and first 5 council members of the Star Atlas DAO. Let's go. A bunch of them probably out here as well. One of the really cool metrics is that we have an average participation rate of 35%. This might sound kind of like boring governance stuff, but the truth is there's this concept of voter apathy in DAOs. People don't really care. They want economic incentives, but they don't really care about contributing to governance. Now, we don't have any economic incentives in voter participation right now, and the fact that we're seeing a third of the total voting power out there contribute just really demonstrates how passionate our community is about participating in this system and this evolution. And then finally, just quickly pointing out too, since inception, we've carved out dedicated revenue streams from the gameplay that funds the DAO. So this is effectively a collection of taxation off of the GDP. This is important because this allows the DAO to self-perpetuate. And our goal, our vision, is that Star Atlas can live not 5 years, 10 years, but potentially hundreds of years. Kind of a new America moment, just in a digital universe. Okay, and then in August, just last month, we launched what is probably the latest and most likely the last major asset class in Star Atlas, and that's crew packs. Now, crew serve a multitude of utility points. These are your in-game avatars. This is crafting crew in Sage, so the more crew members you have, the more you can produce, the higher your production output. Eventually, these are going to be a part of the mobile application, which is a move to progress fitness app. Naturally, they can serve as your PFP across the Star Atlas ecosystem. And really proud to announce that we just cleared $1.5 million in revenue from crew packs just over the last month, including the pre-sale. This is really important, just so you all know, we can continue producing revenue and building this game. But even cooler than that is we have a video here showcasing some of the people that opened these packs and just the excitement that they got from it.
Got some good beats on this one, so let's go. Whoa! To start us off, a legendary. This is Silver Pack. Let's go!
Oh my god!
Holy shit!
Yo!
Oh my god!
He got it! He got it!
Unbelievable.
Bro, get the f out of here!
Man playing. Oh wow.
We didn't ask permission for any of those videos, so hopefully we don't have a takedown request there. Okay, but we don't always hit all of our goals, but I am very proud to announce that we are launching the Star Atlas mobile app in Q4 2023. And these are the latest mock-ups. Oh wait, yeah. Okay. We're not launching it in Q4, but still very much on the roadmap. It's a product that I still very much care about. We will be giving you some updates on that in the near future. But what's next? What's next? Here's some of the really exciting stuff that's up and coming. Unreal Preseason. Now, Preseason is effectively a suite of products that we've put together that are designed to capture the hearts of a multitude of different gamers. So a little something for everyone in here. Ultimately, it leads up to our public open launch of Season 0, which is a story-based campaign starting on the Ooster homeworld of Aoki, and will be the official beta launch of Star Atlas. Now, we'll be talking more about that over the course of this year, but the entire build has a major emphasis on multiplayer. So this includes things like competitive and team-based shooter modes like Surge, deep space exploration, social centers at the central space stations, combat racing. You'll be able to strategically command entire fleets. And we have curated economic loops intersecting all of different aspects of the game. And what I do want to emphasize is that all of these are effectively subsystems of the wider MMO. So we're not really building mini games, we're building systems that become what Star Atlas ultimately is. And they're all designed to give every player a chance to go from zero to hero. And so, speaking of, we've prepared a cinematic trilogy that follows some of our main heroes, Joni and Mendoza, as they're completing a mission to repair a racer and compete in a Volant Station race. It's going to showcase all of the mechanics that you all have access to as we get to preseason, and I am super, super proud to debut part 1 of that with you today.
No one tells you the secrets of the galaxy. The galaxy provides, but you have to find it yourself. I had everything. Wealth, power, purpose, beliefs. All gone. But sometimes to evolve, you need to burn everything down. Sometimes you need to learn new things.
Hey guys, I got something.
It is true, though, the galaxy has danger. That comes looking for you when you least expect it. It's hard to know who your friends are. But my father always said, no danger, no deal. He also said that sometimes you need to take what is yours. That you to make them see the real you. Let them know the truth. That was before he pulled at the strings of reality. That was before he broke the Star Atlas.
I can't wait to see parts 2 and 3. Netflix, we are accepting calls if you're interested in making a show with us. Okay, so getting into the gunplay, why did we want to focus on this? Well, as we were out demoing the product, as we were out at events, we saw a major attraction from competitive gamers to get involved in our third-person shooter arenas. And so one of the major advancements that we have coming with that, along with the focus, is for the first time, we'll be introducing consistent multiplayer events at regular cadence. We're going to be adding a number of different game modes that include Surge, which we talked about, Team Deathmatch, Gun Game, amidst a variety of additional game modes. We're adding new maps like Gateway, which is the map being used for the tournament out on the floor today. New weapon types, and we're also introducing progression into this. So the ability to level up your character, earn new gear, and also participate in those earnings economic loops. Bringing back a focus on hover racing. This was a big part of our R2.2 plans. It all got rolled now into preseason. And again, this is the both traditional competitive time trial racing, as well as having those combat gameplay racing loops. The big exciting thing here is we want you to get prepared for ship configuration. So the ability to fully customize your vehicle and out-strategize your opponents. We're also going to be targeting skill-based betting mechanics added into this. So you're going to be able to compete and earn if you're able to win these races. And then Gallia, this is super exciting. It's really your first opportunity for deep space exploration. It is the open world MMO of Star Atlas. I want to emphasize here that this is a completely seamless universe. So no loading screens, whether you're leaving a starbase or landing on a planet, going through atmosphere. This is really, really hard to do. There's multiple combat systems being added and mission boards. It incorporates our Oni Central Space Station. That's one of the 3 factions across Star Atlas, which is a megacity and social hub for social behavior as well as commercial activity. And the big release that's up and coming on this is adding land plot selection. So a bunch of you out there probably own land plots on the CSS. You want to be able to go in and pick your specific parcel of land, whether that's next to a beach somewhere or next to a bustling market center. We actually have a great presentation with Brad Warren on our team later today with a deep dive into Gallia. And I have a video here to showcase all of the features that we have coming up.
The fastest way to know if something will work for you is to try it. Learn to proceed without certainty. Life doesn't come with a trial period or a money-back guarantee. There's no GPS for your journey, no step-by-step guide to becoming who you're meant to be. Every day, you're writing a story without knowing the ending. You can spend years theorizing, planning, and preparing, but until you take that first step, it's all just speculation. As Søren Kierkegaard said, life can only be understood backwards, but it must be lived forwards. You can't wait for certainty to start living, because by the time you're certain, the moment has passed. Certainty is an illusion. Even the surest things in life can change in an instant. Proceed without certainty. Let go of the need to know everything.
Rat, listen to me carefully. Go back to Ryogi. Keep the gut safe. Don't trust the elders. Don't. I'll find you.
Sir, I did not copy. Repeat.
We dream of space. We dream of transcendence. We dream what we might become. I think what Star Atlas is rendering is a cosmos in which we can explore, in which we have agency. We finally get to go into galactic.
I'm pretty psyched. Also, remind me not to get on the other side of Dominic's sniper rifle, because that was savage. All right, and the final component of preseason is Fleet Command. Now, Fleet Command brings in our fully on-chain game logic and galactic economy from Sage, the 2D game, into Unreal Engine 5, and it ultimately becomes the foundation of open world mining, crafting, logistics, and freighting systems in the MMO. To me, one of the coolest components of Fleet Command is that it really showcases and demonstrates how Star Atlas has the ability to go from macro scale to micro scale. So you can choose to manage entire fleets, RTS style, or seamlessly enter the cockpit, explore the interior of your ship, and get into thrilling space battles in first-person shooter mode. We have a video for that as well.
a cosmos in which we can explore. In which we have agency. We finally get to go into galactic.
Preseason's going to be awesome. We're going to start taking, accepting signups to that soon. I want to talk a little bit here just about tech. Again, looking forward to the future. As I said, Star Atlas has the potential to have a global audience, 8 billion people around the world. There's many different motivations to get involved, which could include the potential to participate in new labor markets. It's really imperative that we simplify the onboarding experience and enable participation at every level across the game. And so this is going to consist of both technology solutions and financial inclusion. So on the technology side, we know not everyone has access to a high-end gaming PC, and we are moving a lot of our content into Unreal Engine 5. So how do we accomplish the goal of making sure it's accessible to everyone? Well, we've been doing a lot of work with various DeepIn networks, pixel streaming and cloud gaming companies like Shaga, like Yom, like Aether, to ensure that Star Atlas is streamable to every device all over the world, whether that's mobile or a lower-end desktop PC. We're also working on wallet abstraction. It's a sensitive subject for me, but wallet abstraction is moving the wallet setup process back a bit in the user experience. So you can experiment with the game without having to go through the process of setting up a wallet and securing your seed phrase right up front. And of course, if you do that, you're still going to be able to claim your resources or any income that you've made later if you decide to set up that wallet. I really think that we also have a massive opportunity here to gamify the education process because, you know, we have a really fun gameplay experience here and game missions. And so ultimately, we can encourage self-sovereignty. Other than that, adding easier methods for non-crypto natives to get into the game. And that's through our partnership with Uphold and Topper. We're adding Topper ATMs throughout the game so you can easily cash on-ramp into the game or off-ramp from the game. And finally, we're providing non-economic, free-to-play access points to the game with our own dedicated network, AtlasNet, as some of you know it, or Apollo, as we'll refer to it going forward, where you can bootstrap an account with a single click to start experimenting with the game. And on the financial inclusion side, I'm extremely excited to announce that we have a fleet rental system rolling out. This has been in partnership with groups like GG Collective and specifically led up by Forged, as well as a couple of Shadow Loyalty members. You guys may know some of the Sly Labs tools. So Groove and Anthony have been working on this. And this gives users the ability to get into the game easier with a lower cost barrier to entry. And we'll be adding pay over time options to that as well, so you can essentially finance ships and use the earnings from that ship to pay it off over time. On the economic side, we're adding a deeper focus on specialization, some more options for players of all sizes, moving beyond the loyalty point system of Sage today and adding in fixed earning opportunities, more robust peer-to-peer trading opportunities, additional crafting options, and more that I'll be talking about shortly. And we're also going to reduce the transaction count through various passive game modes. These are going to be RNG enabled or randomness enabled. So smaller players can earn higher proportional rewards as they play. And then adding enhancements to our Atlas Locker with more benefits like fleet rental, fee discounts, recipe unlocks, discounted crafting fees, and more. We want people that are earning Atlas and saving that in the locker to have even additional benefits. And today, which marks the 1-year anniversary of the Golden Carnival. Maybe some of you don't know that. Some of us do remember that with fondness. We used this to kick off Sage 1 year ago. You essentially craft golden tickets from the game, using resources from the game. You'd enter those into a weekly raffle, and you'd have a chance to win ships, halves, crew, and more. Well, in celebration of the 1-year anniversary, we are doubling down on this We're going to run it as a promotion for the next 4 months with over $4 million in rewards going out to players. So I really want to say a huge thank you to the team for all the work that's going into this. A huge thank you to the community here. I've never been more excited about the future of Star Atlas. We've been through the worst, and we're here today, and I can't wait for you all to experience what we have coming in the future. I am going to leave you just with a little teaser of part 2 of the cinematic. Thank you. Get hyped, everyone. Thank you.
All right, all right, all right, all right. I know you guys are all hungry. We got some galactic lunch for you right outside this room. Guys, make sure the tournament is at 2 p.m. So while you're eating your galactic lunch, make sure you register because this is the last chance you have to register for the tournament. And we'll see you back at, I believe, 2 p.m. So enjoy. How was lunch? Did you enjoy that galactic lunch? It was delish, right? Welcome back. All right, let's jump right into it. This next fireside chat is going to dive into the new paradigm Web3 brings into game economies, a very hot topic, and how Star Atlas is leveraging it to build sustainable economic systems. And I can't think of two better experts who are going to lead this conversation, the CEO and co-founder of Star Atlas, Michael Wagner, and the head of game economy, Chris Gay-Smith.
Hello, hello. You guys are going to be sick of seeing me by the end of this. Ooh. All right. Chris, you have the great pleasure of working with me on a pretty regular basis. How are you doing today?
Oh, I don't know. Apparently some guy was talking earlier, showing a bunch of loud, pictures early. So I wasn't there, but I heard.
This is legitimately the banter that goes on back and forth behind the scenes. Yeah. Chris, tell us a little bit about yourself, man. You've been working with the team for a couple of years now. Incredible hire for us. We've got some great things to talk about with the Sage economy and really just Star Atlas economy going forward. But for anyone out there that isn't familiar with you, what should they know?
Yeah, so I started working in Web3 gaming in particular about midway through a PhD in economics. Finished that up, and one of the first things I did was start working at Star Atlas. So been here for just over 2 years, and yeah, it's been really incredible to literally craft the Sage economy from scratch and see it go live and just see all of the players, and especially at events like this, be able to see the faces of the people who make the Star Atlas economy work.
Yeah. Yeah, so most people, my assumption is a lot of people, when they hear the term economy, they're thinking a lot about, particularly in Web3, thinking a lot about kind of the financial side of things, or they're thinking about the money side of things. But game economy actually touches a lot of directly the game development and gameplay mechanics. Maybe you can inform people a little bit more about where else are you involved and how else do you impact things like balance across the entire game?
Yeah, so I think you hear Web3 game economist and you think tokenomics, financialization, lockers, this type of stuff, which are all things that we have in Star Atlas, but we also have an extremely robust video game economy. Full commodity markets, players are producing and crafting and consuming all of these unique items in our game, and it's all fully on-chain. So yeah, there's a bunch of unique characteristics to Star Atlas that aren't present in a lot of other games. That on-chain feature, a lot of games will just have really Web 2 assets in their game. So if you're crafting some item or some potion, it's just actually a Web 2 asset, and it's not really actually on-chain. Versus Star Atlas, where we have an entire commodities market with dozens and dozens of items that you can mine, craft, and consume that are each represented on-chain. Each one of them is an SFT. So there's a lot of challenges that come with that because we can't just reset the server or reset everybody's account if something bad happens. So if prices start to go down, we can't just hit the replay button. We do have to work with everything in a permanent way. So that's why we move pretty slowly with the economy. We make sure that we've got enough data to work out, what's the best thing to do, how do we solve this problem. So yeah, it's a very robust game economy. And I will mention, just because I've been chatting with so many community members, the economy definitely it goes outside of just Sage and Star Atlas. You've got AFIA, you've got Rome, you've got GG Collective, all these incredible guilds that are doing economic things. They're creating markets outside of our game economy. So yeah, it's a massive ecosystem.
So I want to make sure that credit is appropriately applied here. Game systems design and Chip and Brad, they do a lot of work on things like modular balance of, say, how the ships work, but you're also involved in this process, or at least collaboratively working with them on these types of systems as well. That has nothing to do with money, but like how does a module impact the way that a ship performs, right?
Yeah, so yeah, exactly right. While I do a lot of, okay, how much should this system produce and how much should it consume if there's some certain action, and I make sure that that balance is right. We have an incredible design team who's actually coming up with, okay, how should people move? How do they move around? What are the actions they can do? Scanning, mining, crafting, what are those recipes? What are the different items? So I like to think of myself as the person who comes up with all the numbers, and the design guys are the ones who actually create the interface.
And those numbers have proven to be performing quite well, at least from a sustainability standpoint, which is really one of the core tenets of Star Atlas. It's, we talk about it all the time because we've seen a lot of game economies fail, or not even over a long term, but over relatively short periods, just catastrophic collapse. But with sustainability being such a core tenet of Star Atlas, where does one, how do we achieve that, and two, where does the role of specialization, do you think, kind of come into all of that?
Yeah. So a couple of questions there. I mean, I think a lot of game economies, especially in Web3, like I said, it's permanent. You can't go back.
There's no undo button.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, there's no undo button.
Control Z, everybody, if you can. Go on.
So a lot of companies, what they end up doing is they'll mint 3, 4 tokens, and basically just replace the old one. And in fact, they'll say like, oh, it's a token, but it's actually Web 2, because they do want to have that undo button. But so we've had pretty great success with Sage. It's been out for a year. I want to say the anniversary is today, September 21st is when we released it. And we've gone through a lot of changes. Initially, we started with the Golden Carnival, this kind of relatively quick, punchy economy where people are crafting these tickets that they can turn in for a random prize. And then we switched over to RFRs, which were a fixed amount. So you craft this item and you get a fixed amount of Atlas. An effectively uncapped amount of Atlas could be produced in a single day. And then we finally moved to what we have today, star-based, we call it. And that's where there's a fixed amount of Atlas that's emitted every single day, and people have to vie for that fixed Atlas. And they get a proportional share based on their efforts for that day. So we've gone through a lot of transitions, and there are transitions, the economic transitions from even before Sage. And the key kind of design tenet that I use for like the econ side, first of all, I should mention, I do a lot of simulations. It's excellent to have data. So we were able to collect a ton of data from RFRs before implementing true Atlas emissions in the game. So using data and data analytics and simulation is one of the key ways to make sure you're creating a sustainable game economy. But the other thing is, especially when I'm working with the designers and we're coming up with these systems, consumption always comes first. It's not what should we emit, it's what should we consume. Every single action in the Star Atlas economy, except for like unloading and loading cargo, consumes something. So we always think about what is this action going to cost the player. And we start with the cost, and then we look at the production. And that helps us create really stable production and consumption in the economy, which leads to stable prices.
So this was not on the question set, but you just mentioned something, what does it cost the player? And it just made me think about, the DAO. And a lot of game economies, there is kind of this, in traditional game economies, there can be a hyperinflation of assets, and it doesn't really matter because there's no interaction or exchange between players. But I think what's really cool about Star Atlas is this capture of the transaction cost that's going to the DAO. And now I don't, there's a lot of different ways that we can do that, and I'm not so sure that there's a question here, but curious to get your thoughts on, it becomes a sink, but it also becomes a capture of value for this decentralized entity.
Yeah, one of the most powerful mechanics that came from Sage, we didn't even really, I don't think I realized how big of a deal it was going to be, is crafting fees. So every single time you craft at a facility, you have to pay a fee in Atlas. There were a number of reasons why we implemented this, and one of them was give utility to the token. But what we ended up doing was we actually ended up creating probably, well, by almost an order of magnitude, the most revenue that the DAO had gotten ever, pretty much. So the DAO gets a portion of Galactic Marketplace transaction fees. So if somebody trades something, the DAO gets 2% of the value of that trade. When they're crafting something, they also pay a 7% market value fee to the DAO. And the DAO, I think it gets about 7 times as much revenue from that crafting fee than it does from the Galactic Marketplace, which is kind of spectacular because it means that the DAO is now fully funded, basically. I mean, it can, and we see with the competition going on outside right now, that was funded by the DAO. So they have all of this, this awesome architecture that we're building. So yeah, we've got the fees for crafting, and we have a lot of fun, exciting stuff coming up, thinking about other things.
Yeah, I mean, it's in a way, it's just not just a total destruction of value, which I'm largely against personally, but we're not just taking stuff out of the game, it's actually creating value for this other entity. It's still a token sink, and it has future potential value. But just on the note of sustainability, this should be obvious, but how does sustainability benefit the Star Atlas ecosystem and our player base?
Yeah, I mean, number one, retention. Players, especially, I was talking to someone earlier, it almost feels bad to use the word player because our players are such robust. I mean, they're economic agents, they're citizens of this digital nation state. So those people, they're not going to feel comfortable putting their finances or their financial, capital into this game because it is it's a game that has a cost to play, which is actually a very important feature. But they're not going to do that if they don't trust us. So having a sustainable economy, having Sage being run for so many months now without really any issues, obviously we've had our fair share of hiccups, but we've been able to overcome those. That's super important for people feeling comfortable. We've got all these guilds here that have placed confidence and trust in us, and keeping that is extremely important.
Yeah, I think if it was the real world, so volatility can be a great thing, and for people that are really more speculators in the crypto space, the volatility is good because you can kind of bet and gamble. But if your salary changed by 90% month to month, that becomes very difficult to budget and plan around. And so stability and sustainability creates a lot of certainty for our players.
Yeah, exactly. And it's that certainty which is, these economic structures can be built from.
Yeah. So outside of, well, actually I won't say outside of the economy, how do you think Star Atlas is really different from other Web3 game, well, specifically economies actually?
Yeah, I mean, these types of questions, it's easy to accidentally throw shade. So I don't want to throw shade, but really they are one of the only Web3 games that specifically hired a professionally trained economist and a team of economists. Obviously, we're smaller now than we were 2 years ago, but we have a world-class, like really world-class, I'm not just saying that, team of data team, basically. Our data engineer, Daniel, and my analyst, Gareth, working with them is really, like, we have an incredible real-time data pipeline. We're seeing things as they happen, and we can react if necessary. And then obviously you kind of have me making sure that everything's healthy and being able to adjust. One of the realizations I've come to in the last year since we released Sage is that economy, especially digital economy, is not always straightforward. There's no magic formula. You can't just press a button and everything's going to work. So being able to react and use kind of the principles that we've been using for hundreds of years in markets, that's extremely important to the success of the project. So I really do think, just in terms of the raw talent that we have on the team, that is what differentiates us. But again, going back to the more kind of gameplay economics, the consumption side, making sure that we're consumption first, we're thinking about how can these processes be cyclical as opposed to this never-ending fire hose that's just constantly spitting stuff out. So I think between the design principles of consumption and then obviously just a world-class team, that's what differentiates us.
Yeah, it's a great point. I mean, I don't know of any other Web3 teams that are putting out quarterly state of the economy reports. I mean, some of the data that I used in the presentation just before this was, things like GDP and how promising GDP is as a measure and a metric. And I think some of the values have kind of tapered over the last couple of quarters, but when we were looking at annualized Q1 data, it was like the per capita GDP exceeded something like some of the 30 upper 70th percentile, I want to say.
Yeah, yeah. So I mean, and that's another important thing. We're developing metrics, slightly off topic, but we're developing metrics that have never been developed before. We're coming up with new ways to look at economies, especially these digitized economies. And with that, comes obviously you talked about market volatility. So it's really interesting to work with these new and fun metrics, but also markets that are going crazy. But still, 15 million to date for GDP is pretty impressive. Like we're not quite at what we were in March, our projections, but still really killing it.
I completely agree, in particular for that product, which is performing very well. We haven't seen a ton of growth out of Sage, but we just talked about Fleet Command coming out, and kind of excited to see where that goes and how the economy expands from there. So what are the downsides though to this like real world, real financial incentive model that we have?
Yeah, I hinted at it earlier. It's tougher to work with it because it's permanent. There's not, you can't just hit that reset button. But yeah, volatility is a gift and a curse. Volatility gives you liquidity. It gives you, the potentially, it's almost a marketing thing, where you have people who come and explore the game because maybe they saw the token or the NFTs or something on, TensorSwap, and they say, oh, what's this? But it also comes with downsides. We know from our own research, our internal research, that, and we've researched this across multiple projects, that token price is almost, I would argue, causal predictor of daily active users. And a lot of it just comes down to the fact that a lot of these players are, I mean, we saw the metrics earlier, $15 a day on average earnings, gross earnings. You think about players that are on the margin of profitability, and once that price goes down a little bit, profitability, they fall out of profitability. So it's something where stability is good. We like stability for that purpose, but yeah, the volatility comes with the territory of having a much more robust, much more expansive economy than we would if we were closed, like something like EVE Online.
Sure. So let's talk a little bit about asset values, because we have kind of a parabolic curve between our various asset types. Now, from inception, the goal is how do we satisfy demands from a wide variety of users? And again, I was speaking about this earlier, but the idea that we believe we have the potential for a global audience, that means that you need to be able to satisfy like the very, very smallest buyer of an asset, but you also want to be able to provide an asset for the whales, so to speak, the larger wallets in the ecosystem. But even beyond that, our asset pricing is well beyond anything you would see in a traditional game. And let's put assets aside just for a moment, but you'd spend $50, $60, maybe $80 for a game. If you look at something like Star Citizen, you see spaceships that go up to $1,000. We have multi-million-dollar ships. So let's talk about how do we justify that? Why are people buying them? Because we sold these assets too.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is our players aren't dumb. They're buying them for a reason. And the simple answer is you spend $10,000 on a ship in Star Citizen and you've spent $10,000. It's gone. Right. You're never going to get it back. And if your account somehow gets deleted or lost, or there's some sort of damage to the database, you've lost your ship too. In Star Atlas, that's not the case. We have a robust marketplace for every single ship. And players who buy ships can rest assured that they will always be able to sell that ship back into the marketplace. So it really creates an interesting ecosystem. It also allows players to buy a ship perhaps below that posted origination price, which is a really cool feature. So obviously the ability to sell it back is going to automatically raise the spending bar. The other thing is that these things are used in Sage, our economy game, and they produce a huge value to the players. You could have, let's say you bought a ship for $100 and it goes down to $70. We don't think about our NFTs like, our ships like, a Bored Ape Yacht Club or something like that. They're actually producing output for the players every single day. So you might see that go down in price, but you've actually made quite a bit of money on it because you were using it. I think of Star Atlas ships more like a Caterpillar tractor or something like that than I do, Mona Lisa.
completely agree, and I think you mentioned capital assets, right? These are capital assets. I mean, the people that are purchasing these ships are, in one way or another, they are an entrepreneur in our game. And that's not even to speak to kind of the outside innovators that are also building around our ecosystem, but they're utilitarian in nature, and they're really cash flowing assets. So let me actually just dive a little bit deeper into that back on the specialization track, because there's a lot of different asset classes that you can buy as well. And part of what we talk about a lot is in terms of creating sustainability. Well, there needs to be a degree of specialization, because if everybody can do everything, then where's the demand for transactions? And ultimately the idea is Star Atlas is not this hyperinflationary economy that's based on token emissions. That's a subsidy, and that's helpful, but we want players to specialize and trade with one another. And so, can you kind of elaborate on how these different systems throughout the game over time, because they're not there today. We're still working on game systems as well, but over time, how you see these evolving in a way where, that person that's mining hydrogen and crafting fuel actually is producing a sustainable life for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I've actually gotten into arguments with my game economist friends about, what does it mean to be a game economy, to be a real economy in a digital world? Some people argue that Candy Crush isn't an economy, and some people argue it is. And I'm on the camp of Candy Crush is not an economy. I think you need trade. I think you need interaction for there to be an economy. You need a market. And especially for a project like Star Atlas, I mean, Automata is the publisher. We're producing this content, and we need to be able to monetize it. And so one of the ways we do that is, hey, the more successful this economy is, the more successful we are. Secondary market revenue, is really critical to that vision. So the more people are interacting with each other, the more innovation, the more trade that's going on, whether that's production in the Sage economy or trading on the marketplace, that's generating value for us, and it's generating value for our players. It's also, it supports the prices. If everybody was able to do everything, like you said, there'd be no reason to trade. There'd be no reason to interact with anybody. And what makes an economic game fun is this interaction, being able to arbitrage, being able to exploit, problems in the system and fixing or, filling that gap in the market. So yeah, I mean, specialization is one of the top priorities, and we're always thinking about different ways we can create different, different careers. And you mentioned hydrogen. I mean, you could have effectively two different types of careers that both involve mining an asset from the environment. It's a very different experience to go mine, one of our more rare, like Arco or something like that, one of our more rare items versus hydrogen. Hydrogen happens to be at the CSS, the central location, so you don't have to really travel. So there's less of a freighting, gameplay there. So that even that subtle difference creates two completely different careers effectively. So the more of that there is, the more robust and solid the economy will be.
And career is such a great term there too, because we are thinking ahead about, obviously we do a lot of work, and you specifically do a lot of work on the Sage economy right now, but thinking forward about, what about the people that are playing Surge, or the people that are getting into combat racing or hover racing? There's consumption of resources in those game modes as well, and there's going to be emissions of some sort, but that could be a career. You could, effectively be a militant of some sort in Surge, if you want to consider yourself that. But you're still a part of that society, this cyber nation that's being formed, and you're still participating in the economy or purchasing from people who are focused on logistics systems, crafting, mining, etc. Any other exciting careers that you think are going to emerge from all of this?
Yeah, I mean, I'm super excited to start designing out the economics of UE5, all the entire suite of UE5 products. Obviously, we'll have Sage in UE5 in Fleet Command, but also, Surge, like you talked about, racing. There's a lot of exciting stuff there we can do. Obviously, R4 economy comes to mind, putting even more consumption of R4, and thus even more incentive to produce it, perhaps in Sage. So we could have sinks and faucets in these other UE5 products. It's like, is it over? But yeah, so I'm just excited for all the new products. Every single time we come out with a new product or a new game mode or something like this, it introduces a lot of exciting opportunities. And that's probably the one thing that's lacking in Sage right now is this we call it twitchy gameplay sometimes, but this like skill-based effort. Like, hey, if I beat somebody in the tournament later today, I'm going to get what is it, like $12,000 in Atlas or something like that, or
5,000. Yeah, you're going a little crazy, Chris, but yeah,
5,000.
5,000. Yeah.
Hey, the Dial's funding it now. Or no, that's Nabathon. So you introduce this into the economy, and it's awesome because it's A, another career. B, it's a totally new entry point. Right now, we'll fully admit that Sage is it's a gameplay mode for people who have, large fleets, who are able to, focus on, massive production of these goods. So this is an opportunity to introduce somebody to the game, and maybe they buy, a $2.50 crew member, a $5 ship off the secondary, and there you go. For $7.50, you can start competing in these races. So. Yeah, it's really exciting, and we innovate so fast, or we produce so fast at this company that who knows what we're going to be saying next year.
We have 15 seconds, and I want to ask one more question.
I didn't even know that was there.
Any prediction for where the GDP of Star Atlas can go over the next 5 years or 10 years? Big number.
I mean, think about it this way. So we have 1,200 daily active users right now. We had 12,000 daily active users. That 15, let's call it 20,000 GDP per year. That becomes 150,000 GDP per year, and
per user.
150,000. 150 million GDP per year, and I mean that's eventually it's going to start to get up there in terms of national, actual nations on Earth. So we'll see what happens. I expect great things.
I expect great things out of you, Chris. Thank you for joining me. It's been great having you here. Thank you, everyone. I will take that.
All right. Well, this one is a special one, I have to tell you. Once upon a time, are you guys ready for a story? Once upon a time, 3 visionaries came together and they formed a brotherhood. And they wanted to bring the Star Atlas vision into reality. But what is Star Atlas? And how is it going to impact our world? And more importantly, how are these 3 visionaries going to make that happen? Guys, for the very first time ever, the 3 co-founders of Star Atlas are going to be joining us right here on this stage, sharing their vision of Star Atlas with you guys. This panel is going to be moderated by our OG, come on out, Santi, the director of our community. Give him a round of applause for Santi. Then we have CEO Michael Wagner, CPO Danny Floyd, and CTO Jacob Floyd. Welcome, guys. Welcome, welcome.
It has been a minute since.
It has been a minute, right?
Yeah.
How do you feel, Michael?
Ooh, what a great day. Thank you guys for coming out. A round of applause for yourselves.
All the way to Singapore?
Yes.
That's amazing. We had 3 community meetups already with all the people that came here. It has been amazing. It has been a blast. So thank you for coming, guys, all that you're here. And thanks also to the live stream watchers as well. Thanks for all the support. But yeah, I mean, we have the founders panel. First time ever we have the 3 founders on stage together. It's amazing, and it's wild that it didn't happen before. How are you guys feeling about Impact Summit and being here, all the 3 of you together?
I'm surprised that this is the first time we've all been on stage together, to be honest with you. I mean, that's kind of wild, almost 4 years in, but I think the event itself has been quite a success. It's super exciting to have the community out here with us, new people as well. I see some old faces, metaphorically, I guess, or not, Not old faces, but some old friends. Let's put it that
Mature
way.
faces.
But yeah, what a
Yeah, I mean, it's not. I was talking with Funcracker. I'm like, it's not really surreal seeing the community here with us because we love building in it so much that I can understand why other people love building in it. So it's like, it's kind of a shared kind of understanding about it, and it just feels good. That's all I can say. Yeah.
On stage with these guys is pretty big. I mean, we've been meeting 2 to 3 times a week,
Yeah.
like for the last almost a decade now. And so, yeah, I mean, we've definitely gotten familiar with each other, but it's kind of wild that Star Atlas is 4 years old, 3 years old, and how much has happened to develop to kind of get to this point. So it feels good. It's just an evolution step.
Yeah, and I don't want to take your thunder because I think we'll talk about it. But I mean, yeah, outside of the almost 4 years now at Star Atlas, we've been building together since early 2017, right? So coming up on 8 years here together. What I want to know is, can I formally be recognized as one of the Floyd brothers?
And of course, yeah.
I got to do a blood test, I think.
Well, I don't think that's going to go well, but.
I think we can get into that right now. Like, what's your story, guys? Like, how did you come together to build Star Atlas? Were you working together before? You said 2017?
Yeah, I mean, so I can start with kind of my side of the story. I think a lot of you know I started a company in 2016 called Tokes, or Multi-Chain Ventures, and this was a crypto and cannabis company. And the idea was that there's this kind of disparate access to financial services for the legal cannabis industry in the United States because they're legal at the state level, illegal at the federal level. So entities like banks and credit card companies, electronic payment processors, they would not work with cannabis businesses. And so we said, hey, we have this self-sovereign method of storing assets, and we can build out some solutions that allows that industry to get access to a new form of financial services. And it was really the launch of that in late 2016, and then coming across Eugene Lopin actually was I think he reached out to me, and he had a company that was called the Cannabis Hemp Exchange, and you guys happen to be co-founders of Checks, and I'm pretty sure we facilitated the first ever historical token merger of all time. And what we did was we took the Checks tokens and we burned those. We distributed out the Tokes token to those users, and we became one. And it was at that moment that Jacob and Danny and Tokes and myself, we all came together, and we had spent years building multi-chain ventures and payment processing.
Tons of products.
Yeah.
Must have been like a few dozen that we built over those few years.
Yeah. I mean, it was. I have some fond memories of that time, and things were actually looking as promising as they had ever been in 2020. We had gone through this extensive work of getting legislation passed in the state of Nevada that would, in direct cooperation with the Nevada State Treasurer's Office, that would open a tokenized closed-loop financial ecosystem for the cannabis industry, where not only were payments enabled, but taxes could be paid. And I know we're here about gaming, and I'm trying to see how the audience is looking there. But we had this huge opportunity in front of us, and the pandemic hit. And it was like, and government shut down. And right as we were about to deploy our solutions and kind of grow that business, that opportunity evaporated on us. We ended up shrinking multi-chain ventures down to only the 3 of us remaining. And I had been dabbling in DeFi on the side, and we saw crypto gaming emerging. And where I will turn it over to you all is, I remember coming to you guys and saying, effectively, we should build a game and we should integrate these things. And Danny, what I remember more than anything, man, was, and I'm probably shortening the timeline, but what I remember is you coming back within like a week with a 30-page game design document, and you're like, this is what we do.
That was before ChatGPT too.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, man, you said it all. It's what I remember from Checks is when Eugene came to me and said like, hey, we're talking to this guy at Torque's platform, and we're talking about, you know, the acquisition or merger or whatever it was, and he's like, here's the offer, and I look at the offer and I'm like, Eugene's like, we got to negotiate. I'm like, what is there to negotiate? What was interesting to me was Mike. I didn't know him at the time, but it was just, you could see in the numbers and the way he's thinking about things. It was such a fair deal. It was a very conscientious deal. I'm like, dude, this guy is actually making a really great offer. Like, I don't know what you want to go back with. This is great. And to me, that told me, even without meeting him, that this is someone I could work with. You know, someone who will be easy to work with. Come to find out recently that we all had, like, I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Myers-Briggs score, but we all had the exact same INTJ Myers-Briggs score, which is like rare on its own. And we find this out like years after working with each other, and we're like, oh, okay, well, that makes sense.
That's like similar personality traits, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Synergy, yeah.
Exactly. And so, yeah, and then when Mike had that moment where he says, hey, we're all gamers, let's make games. Why are we, you know, making this fintech stuff? And it's, you know, we're doing a great job with it, but we all really want to make games. And so then he basically tasked me with, you know, coming up with a game that works. And so I looked at all the blockchain games out there, and there was just nothing quite hitting. And, you know, I would talk with Jacob about throw ideas in like Discord and stuff. Like, hey, what do you think about like this territory conquest space game? And that was basically it.
Do you still have those texts?
Yeah, I do. I've actually screenshotted them and saved them. And then next I have a call with Mike, and we were still on like Slack. So I have a call with Mike, and it was that's all I had to say. Territory conquest, space game, and he's like totally pumped. That's it, you know. And then even after the call, he's like messaging me like, dude, I can't stop thinking about it.
It was instant, right?
Yeah.
Was it you, Danny, who came up with the name Star Atlas? Like, how did that?
Well, Mike came up with the name Atlas. We were going back and forth. I, as a good CPO should, did my research, right? Market fit research. Like, we got to start with Star. You know, Star Trek, Star Wars, Star Citizen, Star Field, you know. So we're just like, star this, star that. You know, if we're going to make a serious IP that's going to like spread into all sorts of multimedia, we want to have that star, top of the shelf look, right? And then Mike came back with Atlas. Like, I don't want to just name the game Atlas. And I was like, Star Atlas. And we all just kind of had that like twinkle moment where like,
it was sticky. Yeah.
Yeah, it stuck. And yeah, for many reasons, I can get why it works, but yeah, that's basically how it came down.
That's a great story. I love it. I love it. And Danny, you have been in gaming before, right? You have like 20 years of experience in gaming, like mostly, of course, Web 2 games. You used to work at Splitgate, if I am correct, right?
Yeah, Splitgate's my most recent one. It's a shooter. It's a mix of portals and it's shooting with portals. And then I got my start at Westwood Studios. The first game, it was actually the first space MMORPG, was Earth and Beyond, first release one. It's funny because we were in the running with EVE Online at the time, and we're like comparing like who's going to be first to market, and we were first to market, but they actually survived because, you know, they weren't being published by EA. It's a whole other story. But yeah,
zinger in there, huh?
Well, I'm just if anyone knows the whole, you know, mafia of EA, like acquiring small studios and absorbing them when they don't hit like major goals, really hard to hit goals, and that's how I met a lot of people I worked with at EA. But yeah, it was like space MMO. It's actually 22 years ago now, and then a few other MMOs, Sims Online, Warhammer, Ultima Online series. So I got a lot of experience in the MMO RPG genre, some shooters, you mentioned, and 2 other shooters. Yeah, it's been a long time, but there was a middle period where Jacob and I went off and started building apps, had like 30 different iPhone and Android apps and games. Did some enterprise stuff. This is related to Star Atlas because we did this dry goods logistics shipping platform, and it was kind of gamified, but it was an enterprise level platform. And so that had all the supply chain stuff, similar that we're doing in Star Atlas. So we're bringing all these games together, kind of. So we have that, galactic supply chain style game, economic game, mixed with the other, MMO and the shooters, the racing, all that. So it kind of is like inevitable. And then with all the tech coming in at the same time, with Unreal 5 and the Solana, it just kind of felt the perfect time to go all in on a game like Star Atlas. It's like all the tech's here, it's available. It's even getting easier and easier for smaller teams to produce like really high quality stuff. So yeah, that's where Star Atlas was born, and we're just kind of going all in. That's how we do it.
Yeah,
there's a couple things I want to touch on there. We talk about serendipity quite a bit, but let's first go back to Westwood. Coincidentally and ironically, so I grew up in Las Vegas. You guys originally lived in Hawaii, but ultimately moved to Vegas. You were working at Westwood at the time. I had a bunch of friends and landarchists that worked as game testers at Westwood. We never met each other then, but we were, we probably crossed paths a dozen times. Who knows, right? We're all about the same age, so I assume it was like all in that same era, which I just think is, really fascinating to look back at. But the INTJ. So the INTJ is the architect. That's how it's described, and it's somebody who's able to kind of compile and see the big picture of complex systems. And I think in so many ways we're all focused on our own category of the company itself and able to drive the architecture of that specific aspect of game development. Danny, obviously, on the game side. Jacob, one of the most incredible engineers and developers I've ever seen, working across the full stack and plus pioneering, blockchain development. But, just going back to serendipity, that this is a story I've shared before, but Star Atlas, you guys, do you remember the moment? I think we were on a call. I checked staratlas.com and it was available, and it was a Star Seeker app. And it had just expired, like 30 days before we got it. And
15K for the domain.
15K, yeah. And so with multi-chain or Tokes kind of winding down, part of the reason why we were thinking about what was next was because the company was running out of money, and it was like, oh man, this opportunity that we had is gone now because of the pandemic. What's next for us? None of us wanted to go our own separate ways. And so seeing a domain at 15 grand, it was like, okay, well, how are we going to come up with the money for this? But we did it, immediately secured that. And what incredible IP that we have at our disposal now.
Yeah, it's kind of an easy decision to make once all the pieces are there. That's the thing. It's like all the pieces came together, and then we look at it, and we had other projects going on at the time. We were spending almost no airtime on them. And then, it was like a very easy decision to start to just put all our energy into it.
Yeah, even the domain was there waiting for you guys, so.
It was, it was. And the timing of 2021, everything just kind of seemed to be perfect. And certainly we haven't gone without our own challenges. Everybody in this room knows what we've all gone through. But, just it feels like it's meant to be. I don't know how else to put it, but so many things have gone well. And the fact that we're here today and we've been able to power through it and kind of overcome some major obstacles, to me, makes us feel inevitable, as Sam Stefanino would say.
Yes.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Danny, you had something to add?
Well, I was just saying, I remember early on, and you talk about serendipitous, and everything just kept going right? It's like we're aligned with this artist, that artist, this builder, everything just kept going right at the right time. We had the right talent joining. They got it too. It was was almost too easy, and I kept sitting back like nothing ever gets built this easy. Like, there's no way, like nothing went wrong, and then of course, you know.
It didn't seem like it was going wrong when you were having those original meetings with nothing other than Sam Bankman-Fried.
Well, yeah, and then we had our, and then we have our struggle moment. You know, that's the story, right? Now you have the conflict that comes in, and
we'll get into that. We'll get
beat 'em
into
up
that.
and-
Gotcha.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, guys. So everything came together for you guys to build the vision. Things are starting to move along, but you also had to build. You decided to build a game using crypto, right? So that was the first challenge that you were facing. Like, it's not a secret that gamers hate crypto, or they used to hate crypto. So that's a challenge that you had to take on, but you still decided to build using this tech. But so what are you doing to change the way that people are perceiving this tech? How are you approaching that?
Well, I'll just say this. I mean, I think, yes, I think there's skepticism in the traditional gamer community for things like Web3. I've talked a lot on interviews about where that skepticism is derived. I think it has a lot to do with the evolution of monetization policies of game studios over time, where it almost seems like every time a new monetization strategy comes out, it's more and more exploitive of the user. It's like, how can we get more money from the user? And you know, some of this is, I don't want to necessarily say good. It's not good exploiting the user, but if we think about live ops games where, you know, you're getting continuous updates and there's DLC and it's a title or an IP that you love, it's reasonable, you know, to pay the studio to continue the development of that. And so what I think people perceive Web3 as though is it's a cash grab, or it's just a way to get more money from us, and where's the real, you know, value that we're actually getting out of it. And what makes it difficult is we don't have any, we have yet to see a title truly launch that has mainstream appeal, that not only convinces users that Web3 games can be real games. There is great content to be consumed, but we also can work on the other side of that equation, which is demonstrating, you know, there is real value in having marketability of the assets that you purchase. And the fact that we're not locking a user in to buying something from us and never being able to trade it so that we can sell another asset to a new user, that is huge for the players. And now, to go down a little bit of a rabbit hole, you know, the idea that, say, Star Atlas assets go down in value, right? Well, that's kind of good for the next person that comes in should somebody decide to exit the game. The alternative is you have zero value intrinsically from day one as soon as you buy the game asset from the studio. So the simple fact that marketability exists, even with underlying volatility, I think is of tremendous value to the user. And you know, obviously, I was just on with Chris in the keynote. We talked a lot about the idea of a cyber nation and the different ways to participate in all of this. But you know, I'll turn it over to Jacob and Danny to speak maybe towards that actual content side of things.
Yeah, I've said this before, but I don't think all games need to be Web3. I think the bad taste in gamers' mouth is because, like you said, Mike, like some of these games just don't need it. I mean, I think obviously that Star Atlas is the perfect use case for this. The underlying galactic economy that we have makes it make sense. You know, where all the resources, all the crafting, all the freighting, traveling, the whole supply chain being on chain. Now you have a game that people who like those supply chain games, you know, have something to do, and then on the other side of that, what are you crafting for? Like, yeah, you can upgrade your own ships and, you know, have faster freighting and stuff like that. But there's a whole other type of games that, you know, normally probably wouldn't need it if it was just self-contained, like say the racing game. You need to go upgrade your hovercraft, and you need a new warp drive, new thrusters. So what do? Okay, you go to the local marketplace and in the game, and you're walking around on foot, you know, just like any other RPG, and you're buying these items to upgrade your ship. But where do those items come from? It's not just in a normal game, it just appear out of whatever. You just, you know, add some numbers in the inventory and it's there in the shop. For this, now we have this P2P economy where players are the ones who are actually sourcing the original resources, freighting it to another station, crafting it, deciding what to craft based on, you know, how many players are locally playing the racing game, and then delivering it to those marketplaces. You know, all these things that we can do. It's got real cargo manifest to take it there. There's little fees you pay along the way, you know, that kind of thing. And then the whole thing's tied together on the blockchain. That's, you know, we don't have control over, like, you know, erasing things. And it becomes this whole like player-to-player exchange that different types of players can kind of vibe off each other and make a whole thriving galactic economy. So for our specific IP, I think it makes total, like, lot of sense. I mean, it's kind of inevitable. And recently we saw eFrontier, and that didn't surprise me at all. Been following them through Project Awakening, and it's like, there's no way they wouldn't go to blockchain. You know, a couple years ago, they were like, don't worry, guys, we're not going to go to blockchain on our main shard. I'm like, yeah, sure. They worded it just right to leave it open because it's inevitable. Anyone who knows the tech, and these guys are really smart. I mean, you listen to Hilmar talk, and I'm like, they're definitely going to come to the same conclusions, and they did, because honestly, it's the perfect use case for it.
Yep. I think it's a bell curve thing, Santi. Like, us, our community, we're kind of the proof that gamers love these types of games using Web3 tech. And yeah, we made some, you know, pretty crazy commitments to pioneer it, to figure it out, and kind of do a lot of research. And yeah, some of the things we discovered, I think a lot of other game developers are going to discover as well. What it kind of enables for MMO architecture is wild. Like our core economic engine, when we built Sage, I mean, we built the whole thing from beginning to end in like a year and a half. Like if we were to do the same thing to take an MMO all the way to production, not touching the blockchain at all, it would have been a lot of time and effort, probably 3 times as much. And I regularly mention this, but challenging people to do everything that's happening in Star Atlas, the whole platform, rebuild it without touching the blockchain at all, and you're going to end up with like 100 times more lines of code, right? So it's sort of the paradigm shift in terms of architecting these things out. The scalability, I don't even think we've reached the limits of what we can do. When our game servers like Starcom, the instability there, it goes down and the game is still running, is because it's not hosted by us. It's the core economic engine, the source of truth, the full authority is this on-chain game system. And it means a lot, like not to get too far into the technical details.
What connects everything, right, as well. It's
Yeah.
what connects all the products together. The blockchain as kind of the backbone of it as well.
And it kind of fundamentally enables like the path to decentralization. Like we can flip a switch, have these authorities, the game systems, the game items, all owned by this sort of decentralized organization, and it's just impossible without embracing the tech. And so there's a lot of possibilities that come with it that ultimately empower gamers. And so there's kind of this, the inevitability talk is just like, of course, at some point, these players are going to want to feel that empowerment. They're not going to want to just sit there playing the hollow games where it's like they're constantly hitting microtransactions and it's just like all straight into the developer's pocket. They get a ton of entertainment. I don't want to like talk bad about them because there's a ton of good games out there, but.
Well, that's where we're gamers ourselves, so we understand that there's this sanctity to games where it feels so pure. You know, we're just having fun. All I want to do is have fun. And so any sort of, like you're saying with the microtransactions, the live games, like live service games, it feels almost like an attack on that purity. And that's why, recently single player games have just been blown up huge. And so I definitely take that into account when designing this stuff out, because I want to keep that pure. I don't know if anyone remembers, I was told this by one of my art teachers back in the day, but it used to be that musicians would never, it was like considered a sellout if you were to license your music for commercials or something. It's like, that's what jingles are. You go, if you're going to sell you make jingles. You don't make music. Music's just to be appreciated, and you dance to it, and that's it. But now, look at the state of the music industry, and licensing is like in everything. Even movies. Like, imagine a movie without music in it, unless you're Eastwood or something. But the same kind of discussion is happening about games. It's like, I don't want to think about a monetary aspect at all. I just want to play the game. I just want to have fun. So it's kind of a similar process, but the two aspects is, one, there are gamers who love that idea, who love the idea of thinking about the monetary aspect, optimizing. Our brains work that way, and we want to tinker while we play. It feels rewarding to do that. And then, two, I'm taking that trust, very important, that we're setting you talk about wallet abstraction, we're setting down the line before you're even dealt with the crypto. So being on chain makes it actually easier than all this traditional stuff. Like, you can literally just start playing. You don't need to create an account. You need to sign up and get an email verification. You just literally hit play. The wallet can be created in the background. You just start playing. You're already online. You have an account associated with you. And then you just play as normal. You go take a mission, go sign up with some other crews and start earning. The only thing is, if you want to extract out of the game, now you have to figure out the whole wallet thing. But you could literally just keep going and not have to worry about extracting, and just keep playing with everyone. And so I don't think anybody, comes in, enjoys the game, doesn't even know that's on blockchain, doesn't even need to know. And then if they find out, if you find you have $5 in the back of your pocket, in the back pocket, who's going to be mad about that? So we're definitely thinking about that, and I think it's a great evolution. But that core game that you just want to be fun and just want to be left alone is still there, and nobody's going to stop you from enjoying it. I'll be enjoying a lot of those too, but there are more than just that loud gamer who says that this is something they don't want. There are gamers who want to do this too.
Yeah, but the game is fun, right? So they enjoy the game first, and then they get exposed to the ecosystem itself with the blockchain in their monetary aspects.
Like I sometimes say this too. It's like, I remember, I'm old enough to remember when Steve Jobs announced the iPhone, and back then people were just like, okay, but does it make calls? So he's like, all these apps, yeah, but does it make calls? Like, yeah, of course, it's a phone.
Yeah.
And then he's like, is your game fun? I'm like, yeah, it's a game. Of course it's fun. That's like, we're definitely gonna make it fun.
Spot on.
That's the game implies it's fun. Mobile game, blockchain game, console game. It's gotta be fun. It's understood in the same way a iPhone or smartphone makes a call. But now that everyone matured with the smartphones, it's everything device, it's lifestyle device that everyone has, and you can't live without anymore.
Yeah.
So that's where we're going.
I think in so many ways. If we want to go down the crypto degen route, like, gaming is the ultimate Trojan horse for mainstream into crypto, though. And it's not like we don't ever disagree. We work through everything. We talk about differences of opinion, and one of the things I've talked about a lot is that I'm very passionate about the idea of educating the users of our product on the benefits of self-sovereignty, of how to access these crypto markets. And it's not just about the gaming side of this. It's like once we can expose them to the broader ecosystem, there are all these benefits and advantages and just benefits that they can derive for themselves. So I personally think we're doing them a disservice if we completely eliminate that. And there is a lot of talk in the Web3 gaming space about complete abstraction or obfuscation. Now, where I think we will all compromise is, I'm more than happy to say, it doesn't have to be the first thing you do. Why are we going to put that blocker in front of them and that, kind of that fear of this is what you have to do and this is how difficult it can be and, oh, you can lose all your money. It doesn't need to be the first thing they see. We have a massive, massive opportunity here to turn a fun experience into an educational experience. We were just chatting, was it 2 days ago, I think, where we were talking about like the initial mission where you can go to 4 or 5 different destinations. And, theoretically, you could be unlocking your seed phrase as you do that. And the seed phrase could be randomly generated by, shooting open an asteroid or mining an asteroid. Like, there's a lot of ways we can make that fun and still inform the user to, go ahead and make sure this is completely secure and safe. It doesn't have to be the first thing, but it is something that I think we should be doing because part of this idea of censorship-resistant systems and decentralization, which Jacob's probably the biggest proponent for decentralization of anyone I've ever talked to. It's all the time. He's like, if we're like, hey, should we do this system off-chain? He's like, no. It's got to be on-chain.
Power to the people. But yeah, guys, I want to keep moving. We have only 7 minutes left, and I want to touch a little bit on the vision for Star Atlas. We touched about having a fun game, having the Web3 aspect, but how does that all come together? Like, with the Web3 aspect, with everything, like, what type of MMO is the Star Atlas really like? What is the end vision, and how are we going to get there? I know it's a big one.
It is a big one, but the things I say internally and externally, it seems like, and Mike mentioned this in his keynote, but it seems like these are a lot of products that are coming out, but they're actually just a bunch of features that we package as products, and everyone gets to enjoy the development along the way. If it was a traditional game company that was like the publisher, developer studio format, then they would kind of like develop in private, different teams do different features like auction house or character movement, mounts or whatever. And these are all different features. What we are doing is we're taking those features, taking those teams, and we build them as a product and we release it. And you kind of have to do that when you're crowdfunded. If anyone has followed like Kickstarter or Star Citizen, they do it the same way. Star Citizen is probably the most successful crowdfunded game. And they've really kind of nailed the model that you have to be almost radically transparent, as Jacob said, where we develop basically everything in the open. I mean, we have these like breakpoint where we come out, we show everyone, look at all the stuff that we've been building. We share all the time as town halls, like the Atlas Brews, and the Discord is just like, I have to like try to hold on to anything that I can keep private just so we can have some fun surprises later. But that these products, as we're releasing them, like I said, are features of basically Star Atlas 1.0. And by the time we get what we're doing is we're breaking them into like a seasonal cadence. So right now we're very focused on preseason, which if you guys got the keynote, it's got like the shooter aspect is like the primary thing for preseason, with some other experiences in racing and the open world, in experimental mode and the fleet command. But think about it just as a feature. Fleet command is their mini map, and you got your shooter aspect. It's just guns. It's a game with guns. So you're gonna make a whole game around guns just to make sure the guns feel good, and then your mounts, your ships, a whole game around that just to make sure that feels good, and then we go to season 0 where we really lean into the racing. And then we have up to 8 seasons that cover all the different careers, and we hyper-focus on every one of those careers and add it to the game. Once we reach season 8, we actually are at Star Atlas version 1.0. And the whole time it's development on-chain and in clients like Unreal, mobile, and that's kind of the overall vision, that how we get to version 1.0. And I can go into more detail with all those different seasons and stuff. But yeah, I mean, it's a lot of work, but the way I really want it to go is, say season 0 comes out, it should be a complete game. Like Fortnite, for example, every time they come out with a season or chapter, there's like new things that are added, new content, new features, new, like totally new mechanics that could come out. But nobody says, oh, Fortnite's not done. I mean, Fortnite's done, they're just adding more and more. So what I want season 0 to be is like, someone comes, never heard of Star Atlas, downloads the game, starts a new character, plays through all the loops and all the content that we have available, never even know that it's not a finished full vision. And then every season after that, we just keep adding more content as if it were something like Fortnite, where, you know, it already feels like a complete game. Somebody can come in and play from start to end and feel very satisfied, but then it just keeps growing on itself. So that's basically kind of it. If you wanted to take maybe some games that might feel familiar, Star Citizen is one that obviously has a lot of comparisons, but what I played Star Citizen obsessively for a while, and I mentioned that earlier, but it's also like got a pretty steep, not learning curve, it's just a time commitment, learn commitment just to get into it and understand what's there. What I want to do is make a game that has that sort of level of depth, but more accessible and more, it's kind of snappier, you know, I call it the time to engagement, the TTE. So if you're playing with somebody who's like halfway across the galaxy, we got to have that time to engagement be really low, because you spend the first 45 minutes to an hour just getting to the same planet to start doing a mission. So finding ways of making that time to engagement really quick, in the same way kind of like Grand Theft Auto is, you know, it's got all these, so many different types of vehicles and ways of interacting with them, but super accessible, right? You just run up, jump in, now you're playing this car, now you're flying this plane, now you're falling on a parachute. You know, all these things I want to make that are really cool about this galaxy-wide open space MMO, and just make it super accessible, like GTA in space, right? So I can keep going, and we're running out of time, but
Well, I just want to say, as complex as Star Citizen is, it's still easier to master than Sage. That was a joke.
But yeah, guys, we were worried that 40 minutes was going to be a lot, but it wasn't enough. I want to get one last question to you guys, more on a personal level. What does Star Atlas, the vision, mean to you? What does it mean to you personally, to each one of you?
You want to start us off, Jake?
It's 30 seconds. It means a lot, Santi.
I think we can go a bit over. We can go a bit over.
Yeah, we'll go a little over. I mean, for me, it really represents opportunity. You know, it's not necessarily from a business perspective that we think about what we're building at Star Atlas, because ultimately the idea is this IP transfers into a decentralized organization anyway. I've never been more passionate about building something and the potential to create something, but I also just think when has there ever been a product or concept introduced to the world that can potentially impact everybody and also be of interest to everybody? And you know, I think we have this really great opportunity through gaming to seed the initial digital society and civilization that we described. But you know, quite literally, you can be an entrepreneur, you can be an innovator, you can be a developer, you can run a business on a central space station. You could build using our IP, selling shirts or 3D printed models of our ships or jewelry, or you can create a media company around Star Atlas and your own video content. I mean, it's like anything that you can imagine that you would want to do in the real world, you can do through Star Atlas as well, and you can become a part of something that is already like a cult.
We use that word.
I knew it was going to come out at some point, but it's like it's just wild. It's just wild, and we have so many people that are just passionate about the idea, and quite literally, it can impact people from everywhere to participate in these new opportunities. So that, in a single word, is what it means to me.
Yeah, a single word. I think we can go just a couple minutes over. I want to hear this answer from you, Danny, as well, and Jacob. What does it mean to you personally, the Star Atlas?
Yeah, this is for me. It's kind of I would say, the culmination of life's work. I mentioned some of the things I worked on in the past, and if you look at how Star Atlas is set up, there's remnants of all of that experience all coming together. What makes Star Atlas? So it's an obsession. I probably more than anyone else in the team deals with the most individuals across different disciplines, where I'm going in and figuring out what they're doing, and aligning it to be this broad, consistent vision. And it's just, you have to be obsessed, because the amount of context switching is insane. And I know these guys do that too, but from the product side, it's you have to deal with the art as well as the programming and all the intricacies on both departments. And honestly, Mike mentioned that INTJ is architect. It perfectly fits how my brain works, and I love it, and I'm obsessed with it, and I love seeing all the different problems that everyone's going through and trying to work through and coordinate all the different teams and make sure they're working together nicely. And there's all sorts of psychological components there. We have a remote company, which is a very interesting challenge as well. I see threads on X sometimes that are like work from home or remote work, and there's always like really heated exchanges, but I'm like, dude, we really nailed remote work. Like, I've never seen any company work so well, fully remote across the world, and we just nailed it. And these kinds of challenges I find extremely interesting, and not only in the fictional side of it, but in the real world. And then on top of it, it's this whole fictional alternate universe, and thinking about how literally every single thing works in this fictional universe that takes place on a real economy that works with real world economic forces. It's insane. I sound like a crazy person, and when when I talk about it with such intensity to people, they go, "Oh, okay." Now it makes sense when you unload everything, like why I'm like constantly like brooding on any topic that has to do with Star Atlas. And yeah, after all these years, it's still just like a fire that hasn't gone down, and it's just really great building for it.
Really powerful.
I like that.
Danny, genius is indistinguishable from insanity, so we don't know which side you're on yet, but
Some slight distinguishable characteristics, I